On the eve of Thanksgiving, November 24th, 1971, a man identifying himself as Dan Cooper boarded Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 305 from Portland to Seattle. What began as a routine flight soon became one of the most baffling disappearances in American history, leaving behind only a name, a tie clip, and a lingering question. Who was this elusive skyjacker, and where did he go after he leapt into the stormy night sky? The man, described as being in his mid-40s, wearing a dark suit, trench coat, and dark glasses, calmly settled into seat 18C. He ordered a bourbon and soda and lit a cigarette. Shortly after takeoff, he handed a note to Florence Schaffner, a flight attendant. She initially tucked it away, assuming it was a businessman's attempt at flirtation. "Miss, you'd better look at that note. I have a bomb," he stated in a quiet, measured voice, prompting her to open it. Inside, handwritten in neat, block letters, was the chilling declaration. He possessed an explosive device and was prepared to use it. To underscore his point, he opened his briefcase just enough for Schaffner to glimpse a tangle of wires, red sticks, and a large cylindrical object. It was a terrifying, yet strangely subdued, revelation. Cooper's demands were precise: $200,000 in $20 bills and 4 parachutes, 2 main and 2 reserve. Upon landing at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, the plane was guided to a secluded area of the tarmac. The requested items were delivered, and in return, Cooper allowed all 36 passengers and 2 flight attendants to disembark. He kept only the pilot, co-pilot, and Florence Schaffner and Tina Mucklow, 2 flight attendants, aboard. As the fuel tanks were refilled, Cooper laid out his final, audacious instructions. The plane was to take off again, headed for Mexico City, but at an unusually low altitude of 10,000 feet, a slow speed of around 100 knots, and with the landing gear extended. Furthermore, the cabin was to remain unpressurized, and the aft air stairs, located at the rear of the Boeing 727, were to be operable. As the modified flight path began, with the landscape below shrouded in darkness and a relentless rain, Cooper instructed Mucklow to join the cockpit crew and remain there. Alone in the rear of the aircraft, he methodically prepared for his escape. Around 8:13 p.m., somewhere over southwestern Washington, perhaps near Lake Merwin, the cockpit crew observed a subtle change in cabin pressure and a warning light indicating the aft air stairs had been deployed. Cooper, carrying the ransom money and wearing one of the parachutes, had vanished into the tempestuous night. The immediate aftermath was a whirlwind of confusion and an unprecedented manhunt. Federal agents swarmed the suspected jump zone, a rugged, forested area. The FBI launched an exhaustive investigation, codenamed Norjack, Northwest Hijack, interviewing thousands of people, following countless leads, and sifting through every detail. Yet, despite one of the largest and longest-running searches in FBI history, D.B. Cooper, as the media had mistakenly dubbed him after an early news report confused the suspect's name with another D.B. Cooper from a related but unconnected case, remained an enigma. No body was ever found, no parachute, no briefcase. It was as if he had simply dissolved into the elements. Years passed with no significant breakthroughs. Then, in February 1980, nearly a decade after the daring jump, a young boy on vacation with his family along the banks of the Columbia River, near Vancouver, Washington, stumbled upon a discovery that reignited the mystery. Lying partially buried in the sand were 3 bundles of $20 bills, totaling $5,800. The serial numbers matched the ransom money given to Cooper. This tantalizing clue, however, only deepened the puzzle. How did the money end up there? Was it dropped during the jump, or had it been carefully buried and later uncovered by erosion? The condition of the bills, largely disintegrated and clinging to rubber bands, suggested they had been exposed to water and weather for a considerable time. The discovery prompted new theories. Perhaps Cooper had survived the jump but later succumbed to injuries or the elements, and the money had drifted downriver. Or did he intentionally drop a portion of the money to mislead authorities? A final cunning act? The rugged terrain, the high altitude, and the harsh weather conditions of that November night made survival seem highly improbable. Yet the absence of any remains kept hope, and indeed, the mystery alive. Was D.B. Cooper a highly skilled outdoorsman, an ex-military paratrooper who managed to execute a perfect escape against all odds? Or was he simply a desperate man who met an unseen end in the wilderness, leaving behind only the fleeting legend of the skyjacker who vanished? The questions continue to echo, even as the cold case file sits silently in the archives, a testament to one of America's most enduring unsolved puzzles. In the quiet, frigid expanse of the Ural Mountains, on February 26, 1959, searchers discovered a tent, half buried in snow on Kolotsiakal, the Dead Mountain. It was strangely abandoned, slashed open from the inside, as if its occupants had fled in a sudden, desperate panic. But what could have driven 9 experienced hikers, led by Igor Dyatlov, to tear their way out into the sub-zero night, vastly unprepared for the elements, and ultimately to their deaths? The expedition began innocently enough. A group of 10 students and graduates from the Ural Polytechnical Institute, all experienced skiers and hikers, set out on January 27, 1959, for a challenging trek across the northern Urals. Their goal was Otorten Mountain, a formidable peak 10 kilometers north of Kolotsiakal. One member, Yuri Yudin, fell ill and turned back early, a decision that would save his life and leave him forever haunted by the fate of his friends. The remaining 9, Igor Dyatlov, Zinaida Kalmogorova, Ludmila Dubinina, Alexander Kolevatov, Yuri Krivonischenko, Rustam Slobodin, Nikolai Thibeaux-Brignol, Semyon Zolotaryov, and Alexander Zemin, continued into the deepening wilderness. They were expected to return by February 12th, but when weeks passed with no word, a search party was organized. The discovery of the tent was the first chilling piece of the puzzle. It was a chaotic scene, belongings scattered, boots left behind, food untouched. Footprints in the snow, confirmed to belong to the group, led away from the tent and down the slope towards a dense forest. 2 bodies, those of Krivonischenko and Doroshenko, were found first beneath a large cedar tree, approximately 1.5 kilometers from the tent. They were clad only in their underwear, their hands and feet severely burned, suggesting they had desperately tried to build a fire from branches broken off the tree. Above them, high in the cedar, investigators found evidence of branches being snapped off, perhaps for firewood or to gain a vantage point. The stark vulnerability of their attire, in temperatures plummeting to minus 25 degrees Celsius or lower, was profoundly unsettling. Days later, the bodies of Dyatlov, Kalmogorova, and Slobodin were located at various distances between the cedar tree and the tent, seemingly having attempted to return. Dyatlov was found clutching a knife. Kalmogorova had a bruise on her side, and Slobodin had a fractured skull, though the forensic examiner noted this injury was not fatal. These initial findings painted a picture of hypothermia as the primary cause of death, but the circumstances surrounding their flight from the tent remained inexplicable. It was the discovery of the remaining 4 bodies in May, after the spring thaw, that deepened the mystery into a chilling enigma. They were found buried in a ravine 75 meters deeper into the forest, carefully covered by a layer of snow and debris. These bodies, Dubinina, Kolevatov, Thibeaux-Brignol, and Zolotaryov, presented injuries far more severe and bizarre than the others. Thibeaux-Brignol had a fractured skull. Zolotaryov and Dubinina had multiple broken ribs. Most disturbingly, Ludmila Dubinina was missing her tongue, eyes, and parts of her jaw and facial tissue, and a significant portion of her skull was gone, an injury so profound it defied simple explanation. Her clothing, and that of some of the others, was later found to contain traces of radiation. The official Soviet investigation concluded that the hikers died from a compelling natural force, an ambiguous phrase that did little to satisfy the public's growing curiosity. No clear perpetrator was identified. No animal attack could account for the specific, powerful traumas, and no signs of struggle with other humans were found. The missing tent flap, the desperate dash into the night, the strange internal injuries, the presence of radiation on clothing, and the inexplicable mutilation of Dubinina's body fueled decades of speculation. Theories have ranged from an avalanche, which seems unlikely given the tent's position and the undisturbed snow patterns, to infrasound, a low-frequency sound that can induce panic and disorientation. Some have speculated about military testing in the area, suggesting a secret weapon test or a discarded rocket stage might have caused a sudden, terrifying event that forced the hikers to flee. The radiation on the clothing, though low, added a layer of intrigue to this line of thought. Others considered a sudden, violent confrontation with indigenous Mansi people, though this was largely dismissed due to lack of evidence. Each theory attempts to reconcile the desperate escape with the horrifying injuries, yet none fully explains every disturbing detail. The Dyatlov Pass incident remains one of the most haunting and perplexing cold cases, a stark reminder that sometimes, even with extensive investigation, the true story can remain buried beneath layers of snow and silence. On a cold winter morning, December 1st, 1948, the body of an unidentified man was discovered on Somerton Beach, south of Adelaide, Australia. He lay against the sea wall, impeccably dressed in a suit, tie, and highly polished shoes, yet his pockets contained no wallet, no identification, and no distinguishing labels on his clothing. Who was this mysterious individual, and what led to his quiet, seemingly peaceful, yet profoundly unsettling end on that secluded stretch of sand? The discovery was made by two men out for an early morning stroll. The man was lying on his back, his head resting against the seawall, his legs crossed at the ankles. A partially smoked cigarette was found on his collar, and another unsmoked one was tucked behind his ear. His demeanor suggested slumber rather than distress, yet he was undeniably deceased. A thorough examination revealed that all tags had been removed from his clothing, including those on his suit, socks, and even his underwear. This meticulous removal of identifying marks immediately raised suspicions. His teeth showed no unusual characteristics, and there was no evidence of a struggle or external injury. The only personal effects found on him were a ticket for a train that had never arrived, a bus ticket, a comb, a packet of juicy fruit chewing gum, and a box of Bryant and May matches. A further search of his clothing yielded an incredibly intriguing clue. A small, tightly rolled piece of paper, hidden in a fob pocket, on which were printed the words "Tamam Shud." Tamam Shud translates from Persian as "it is finished" or "the end." This phrase was identified as the final words from the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, a collection of quatrains by the 12th century Persian poet. This discovery led investigators to believe the phrase was a critical piece of the puzzle, a message left by the man or intended for him. A public appeal led to the discovery of a very rare first edition of the Rubaiyat by Edward Fitzgerald, found in an unlocked car near Somerton Beach. A man had left his car window open because of the heat, and the book was placed on the back seat. The book had a torn page, and forensic analysis confirmed that the Tamam Shud scrap found on the body perfectly matched the tear in the book. Inside the recovered Rubaiyat, police found faint, handwritten pencil markings on the back cover. These were not a typical inscription, but a series of seemingly random letters: MRGOABMTSMTBIMPNETP, Below these, a smaller, almost illegible sequence was also present. Investigators immediately suspected this was a code, a cipher that might reveal the man's identity, his purpose, or the circumstances of his death. Despite extensive efforts by cryptographers, including military intelligence, the code remains unbroken to this day. It stands as one of the most perplexing elements of the case, suggesting a clandestine world that intersected with the man's final moments. Another cryptic element was a telephone number also written in the book. This number belonged to a nurse named Jessica Thompson, later Jessica Harkness, who lived in Glenelg, very close to Somerton Beach. When questioned by police, Thompson initially denied knowing the man, though she appeared noticeably shaken. She admitted owning a copy of the Rubaiyat, the exact edition discovered near the beach, which she claimed to have given to a man named Alfred Boxall during World War II. Boxall, however, was alive and well and produced his copy of the Rubaiyat, which was intact and showed no missing page. Thompson's evasiveness and her later admission of possessing a secret code-writing ability she learned during the war only deepened the mystery surrounding her connection to the Somerton man. To this day, the true nature of her relationship with the deceased remains unclear, adding a layer of personal intrigue to the already complex case. The autopsy provided few answers. The man's internal organs were congested, suggesting poisoning, but no trace of any known poison was found in his system. His spleen was enlarged, and his liver and stomach were inflamed. The pathologist, Dr. Dwyer, concluded that death was likely caused by poisoning, possibly from a fast-acting, undetectable substance, or perhaps cardiac arrest exacerbated by shock. The lack of vomit and the peaceful appearance of the body were consistent with such a scenario. Yet, without a specific substance identified, the cause of death remained officially unknown. Over the decades, theories about the Somerton man have abounded. Was he a spy, perhaps a defector, or an operative on a secret mission who was silenced? The meticulously removed labels, the hidden code, and the possible poisoning all point to espionage. Or was he a heartbroken lover, a man who chose a poetic end? His death a tragic farewell? The Tamam should phrase, after all, speaks of finality. Despite multiple attempts at identification through DNA, exhumation, and familial tracing, the Somerton man's true identity and the precise events of his final night remain shrouded in secrecy, a testament to a mystery that has captivated imaginations for over 75 years. The enigmatic smile of the Rubaiyat, a book of philosophical verses about life's ephemeral nature, seems to mock the persistent human desire to understand an ending that was designed to remain forever unknown. In the late summer of 1888, the fog-laden streets of Whitechapel, London, became the hunting ground for a killer whose identity would elude the world for over a century. From August to November, 5 women, all prostitutes, were brutally murdered and mutilated in the East End, their deaths sending ripples of terror across Victorian society and sparking a global fascination that endures to this day. Who was this elusive figure, dubbed Jack the Ripper by the press? And why did his reign of terror suddenly cease, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a chilling legacy? The first canonical victim, Marian Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, her throat severed and her abdomen mutilated. Just a week later, Annie Chapman was discovered, similarly disemboweled, her uterus missing. The ferocity and surgical precision of the attacks immediately distinguished them from ordinary street violence. The killer appeared to be escalating, growing bolder and more gruesome with each act. Panic began to grip Whitechapel. Residents feared venturing out after dark, and the police, under intense public and governmental pressure, seemed powerless to stop the carnage. The double event of September 30th, 1888, cemented the Ripper's terrifying reputation. That night, Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but remarkably, no further mutilation. Minutes later, or so it seemed, Catherine Eddowes was discovered less than a mile away, her body grotesquely disemboweled, her kidney and part of her uterus removed, and her face savagely mutilated. The proximity of the murders and the distinct differences in the mutilations suggested either an interrupted attack on Stride or an astonishingly swift succession of killings. Near Eddowes' body, a piece of her blood-stained apron was found, along with a chalked message on a wall. "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." This phrase, quickly washed away by police for fear of inciting anti-Semitic riots, became another elusive clue, hinting at motive or identity, yet providing no concrete answers. The fifth and final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was found on November 9, 1888, in her room at Miller's Court, Dorset Street. Her murder was the most horrific of all. She had been completely disemboweled and disfigured, her internal organs displayed around the room, suggesting the killer had spent a considerable amount of time undisturbed. This brutal finale brought the terror to a peak, yet after Kelly's death, the murders abruptly stopped. The autumn of terror had ended, but the shadow of the Ripper lingered. During the killings, a series of taunting letters, purportedly from the killer, were sent to police and news agencies. The most famous of these was the Dear Boss letter, signed Jack the Ripper, which coined the notorious moniker that would forever be associated with the case. Another, the From Hell letter, arrived with half a human kidney, believed to belong to Catherine Eddowes. While many of these letters were later dismissed as hoaxes, they added to the hysteria and further complicated the investigation, planting seeds of doubt and fear. The immediate investigation yielded little. The police struggled with the lack of forensic technology available at the time. There was no DNA analysis, no fingerprinting techniques as we know them today. The limited street lighting, the lack of surveillance, and the transient nature of the East End population made identifying witnesses or tracking suspects incredibly difficult. Hundreds of people were interviewed, but no definitive leads emerged. The suspects' list grew long and diverse, ranging from local butchers and barbers to eminent surgeons, artists, and even members of the royal family. Each theory has its proponents and detractors, but none have ever been proven definitively. Why did the killing stop? This question is as central to the mystery as the killer's identity. Did the Ripper die, commit suicide, or perhaps become institutionalized? Did he simply move away from London, taking his gruesome trade elsewhere? Or did he choose to stop for reasons known only to him? The sudden cessation of the murders, after such a terrifying escalation, has fueled endless speculation. The identity of Jack the Ripper remains one of the world's most enduring cold cases, a stark reminder that some dark chapters of history are destined to remain incomplete, leaving us to forever wonder about the shadowed figure who stalked the cobbled streets of Victorian London, leaving behind only fear and unanswered questions. On the morning of July 28, 1945, a B-25 bomber, en route to Newark Airport from Massachusetts, found itself hopelessly lost in a dense fog that had suddenly enveloped New York City. Despite radar guidance and the pilot's best efforts, at 9:50 a.m., the aircraft slammed into the 79th floor of the Empire State Building, tearing a 20-foot by 18-foot hole in the iconic skyscraper. While the immediate aftermath was one of tragic loss, claiming 14 lives, it was the incredible survival story of a particular elevator that captivated the world. How did Betty Lou Oliver, an elevator operator, survive a 75-story plunge inside what was essentially a free-falling metal box? The day began with a routine flight for Lieutenant Colonel William Franklin Smith Jr., piloting the B-25 Mitchell bomber. He was transporting personnel to Newark and requested clearance to land. However, visibility rapidly deteriorated to near zero. A thick, unseasonable fog descending upon Manhattan, obscuring even the tallest buildings. Air traffic controllers advised Smith to land at LaGuardia, but he pressed on, perhaps feeling confident in his ability to navigate the familiar skyline. It was a fatal misjudgment. The bomber, disoriented and flying too low, narrowly missed the Chrysler Building before veering directly into the north side of the Empire State Building, then the world's tallest skyscraper. The impact was catastrophic. One engine tore through the building, igniting fires on the 79th and 80th floors, while the other engine, along with a portion of the landing gear, plunged down an elevator shaft. Debris rained down onto the streets below. Office workers on the floors directly impacted were killed instantly by the blast or consumed by the flames. Yet amidst the chaos and devastation, stories of extraordinary human resilience began to emerge, none more astonishing than that of Betty Lou Oliver. Betty Lou, a 20-year-old elevator operator, was on the 80th floor when the bomber struck. The initial impact threw her across the room, leaving her severely burned and injured. Rescuers quickly reached her and placed her on an elevator to be transported downstairs for medical attention. This was the elevator that, unbeknownst to them, had just been catastrophically damaged by the falling engine. The cables of the elevator had been severed or critically compromised by the engine's plunge, and the car, carrying the injured Betty Lou, began a terrifying descent. What followed was an almost impossible freefall. The elevator plunged 75 stories, from the 79th floor to the subbasement. The descent would have been blindingly fast, a blur of concrete walls and shrieking metal. The typical outcome for such a fall would be instant death upon impact. Yet, when rescue workers reached the bottom of the shaft, they discovered Betty Lou Oliver, miraculously alive, albeit gravely injured. She had suffered a broken back, a broken neck, and severe burns, but she was breathing. The prevailing theory regarding her survival credits a combination of factors. The sheer volume of severed cable that had piled up at the bottom of the elevator shaft is believed to have acted as a massive, improvised shock absorber. As the elevator car plummeted, it compressed the coiled cables, creating a cushioning effect that, while still violent, may have significantly reduced the force of the final impact. Additionally, the displacement of air within the confined shaft could have created a localized air cushion, further mitigating the speed of the fall just before impact. It was an unforeseen, almost miraculous confluence of forces that prevented a certain death. Betty Lou was rushed to the hospital and, against all odds, made a full recovery. Her survival became a widely reported phenomenon, a beacon of hope amidst the tragedy, demonstrating an almost unbelievable resilience in the face of insurmountable odds. The crash itself also had lasting impacts on aviation regulations, leading to stricter rules for flights over congested urban areas and improved air traffic control procedures. The Empire State Building, despite the immense damage, reopened for business just 2 days later, a symbol of New York's unyielding spirit. Yet, for all the structural assessments and investigative reports, the sheer improbability of Betty Lou Oliver's survival in that plummeting elevator remains a testament to the unpredictable nature of fate and the incredible, sometimes inexplicable capacity of the human body to endure. How could such a fall not be fatal, leaving us to ponder the limits of what is truly possible? In December of 1900, on the remote and windswept Flannan Isles, off the west coast of Scotland, 3 lighthouse keepers, Thomas Marshall, James Duckett, and Donald MacArthur, vanished without a trace. Their disappearance from the Eilean Mor Lighthouse, an isolated beacon of safety for ships navigating the treacherous North Atlantic, has baffled maritime experts and mystery enthusiasts for over a century. What inexplicable event led to the complete vanishing of these experienced men, leaving behind only an eerie silence and a meticulously recorded, yet deeply puzzling final log entry? The alarm was first raised by the steamer Archtor on December 15, 1900, which reported that the Eilean Mor light was not operating. This was highly unusual. The lighthouse was typically maintained with scrupulous care. Due to severe storms, a relief vessel, the Hesperus, was unable to reach the island until December 26. When it finally arrived, Joseph Moore, the relief keeper, rowed ashore, his unease growing with every stroke. As he approached the landing, he noted that the flagpole was bare, no flag flying to greet them. A chilling silence hung over the island, broken only by the mournful cries of seabirds. Moore ascended the steep steps to the lighthouse. The main door was unlocked, a significant breach of protocol for lighthouse keepers who prided themselves on their vigilance. Inside, he found an unsettling scene. A half-eaten meal sat on the table in the kitchen, as if the men had been interrupted mid-sentence. A chair was overturned. In the living quarters, beds were unmade, and the clock had stopped. Most disturbingly, 2 sets of oilskins, waterproof outerwear, were missing, but 1 set remained. This detail immediately struck Moore as odd. Why would one man venture out into a severe storm without his protective gear, especially when 2 others had donned theirs? The logbook, however, provided the most cryptic clues. The entries, kept by principal keeper Thomas Marshall, painted a grim picture of escalating bad weather and increasing distress. On December 12th, Marshall recorded gale, northwest, 9, referring to a strong gale. He then noted, chillingly, James Duckett irritable, third-hand MacArthur crying. This was highly uncharacteristic behavior for experienced seamen. MacArthur, known as a tough, seasoned mariner, crying in a lighthouse during a storm seemed utterly out of place. The next entry, on December 13th, recorded that the storm continued and that all 3 men were praying. The final entry, dated December 15th, the day the Archtor reported the light out, simply stated, "Storm ended, sea calm. God is over all." This last entry was particularly perplexing. The weather logs from mainland Scotland indicated no storm of that magnitude between December 12th and 15th, let alone one that would justify such extreme reactions from the keepers or a sudden end to a tempest that had allegedly kept the Archtor from approaching. An official investigation, led by Robert Muirhead, superintendent of the Northern Lighthouse Board, meticulously combed the island. They found no bodies, no signs of a struggle, no evidence of foul play beyond the unexplained absence of the men themselves. The only physical anomalies were a twisted iron railing on the west landing, indicating powerful waves, and a large block of stone displaced from the island's edge. Muirhead concluded that the men were likely swept away by an extraordinary wave or freak storm surge while securing equipment on the landing stage. He theorized that 2 men had gone out to secure something, and the third, perhaps rushing to their aid, was also caught. However, this explanation struggles to reconcile with the logbook entries and the missing oilskins. Why would one man leave without his protective gear? Why the distress and prayer for a storm that seemingly didn't occur according to other records? And if it was an extraordinary wave, where were the bodies or any debris from their struggle? Over the years, numerous theories have emerged to explain the Flannan Isles mystery. Some speculate about a sudden, rogue wave of immense power, while others consider more dramatic possibilities. A monstrous sea creature, an abduction by foreign spies, or even a collective psychological breakdown induced by the isolation, a shared hallucination or madness that led them to their deaths. The most chilling thought is that they witnessed something so terrifying, so unspeakable, that it drove them to their frantic, fatal flight into the storm. Despite exhaustive investigations, the disappearance of the Flannan Isles lighthouse keepers remains an enduring maritime enigma. The lighthouse still stands, its automated light now piercing the darkness, a silent sentinel guarding the secret of the 3 men who vanished into the wild, unpredictable embrace of the North Atlantic, leaving behind only a few unsettling clues and a chilling final message that defied all reason. On the morning of July 13, 1966, an elderly woman named Mrs. Phoebe Hogg was taking her usual walk with her pet terrier near the village of Great Missenden in Buckinghamshire, England. As she strolled along a quiet country lane, her dog suddenly became agitated, barking furiously at a patch of ground. Investigating, Mrs. Hogg stumbled upon a grim discovery: the badly decomposed body of a woman. It was immediately clear that this was the body of Constance Mary Alden, a 53-year-old nurse who had vanished from her home in London more than 6 months prior, on January 4th. The mystery wasn't just how she died, but why her body, hidden only by a few branches, had gone undiscovered for so long in an area frequently visited, and what silent secret she carried with her into that rural grave. Constance Alden lived a quiet, unassuming life. She worked as a nurse in Hampstead, London, and was known for her meticulous habits and her fondness for gardening. On January 4th, she had left her flat, telling her landlord she was going to visit a friend in the country. She carried with her a small handbag and a suitcase, and mentioned she might be gone for a few days. She never returned. Her disappearance was initially treated as a missing person case, with police issuing appeals and tracing her known contacts. But no significant leads emerged. It was as if she had simply evaporated. The discovery of her body 6 months later in such a remote, yet accessible location was perplexing. Her remains were severely decomposed, making a precise determination of the cause of death difficult. However, a post-mortem examination revealed that her hands were bound behind her back with her own headscarf, indicating that she had been murdered. There were no obvious signs of struggle on her clothing, which was still relatively intact. The location, in a shallow ditch barely concealed by undergrowth, suggested either a hurried burial or a killer who believed the body would remain hidden. But how could a body, even in winter, go unnoticed for half a year in a rural area traversed by walkers, dog owners, and local residents? The investigation quickly focused on the last known movements of Constance Alden. Her last confirmed sighting was at a railway station, where she was seen boarding a train. Her destination was never definitively established, but the location of her body in Buckinghamshire suggested she had traveled to that area. Police struggled to find anyone who had seen her in Great Missenden or the surrounding villages. The area itself was popular with hikers, and Mrs. Hogg was not the first person to walk that particular lane since January. The local police expressed surprise that the body had not been found sooner, adding to the eerie nature of the case. One of the most intriguing aspects of the mystery revolved around a curious item found near her body: a bunch of carefully preserved snowdrops. Snowdrops are early spring flowers, typically blooming in late January or February in the UK. The fact that they were found near her body, 6 months after her disappearance and well past their blooming season, suggested they were picked and placed there around the time of her death. Were they a gesture from her killer, a macabre memento, or did they hold a deeper significance to Constance herself, perhaps related to the friend in the country she intended to visit? The police followed numerous leads, questioning locals, searching for anyone who might have seen a lone woman with a suitcase in January. They found no strong suspects and no clear motive. Constance Alden was not known to have any enemies, nor did she appear to have been involved in anything clandestine or dangerous. Was it a chance encounter, a random act of violence? Or was there a deeper, personal connection to her killer, a secret life or relationship that she had kept hidden? The lack of any disturbed ground around the body further complicated the scene, suggesting she may have been killed elsewhere and her body then transported to the ditch. Despite extensive efforts and media appeals, the case of Constance Alden went cold. The identity of her killer, and the true reason for her presence and demise in that quiet Buckinghamshire lane remained a haunting riddle. The preserved snowdrops, the unnoticed burial site, and the silent months between her disappearance and discovery all contribute to the unnerving sense that a crucial piece of the narrative has been forever lost, leaving us to wonder about the hidden paths a life might take, leading to an ending so profoundly mysterious. What silent truths did Constance Alden carry with her into that ditch? And why did the earth itself conspire to keep her final secret for so long? On the afternoon of June 4th, 1960, a bright and sunny Saturday, 4 teenagers embarked on what should have been a joyous camping trip to Lake Bodom, near Espoo, Finland. By morning, 3 of them were dead, brutally murdered, and the 4th was severely injured, his memory irrevocably fractured. The serenity of the Finnish wilderness was shattered by an act of savage violence that has haunted the nation for decades, leaving behind a chilling question. Who was the killer of Lake Bodom, and why did they leave one survivor to bear witness to a horror he could not fully recall? The victims were 15-year-old girls, Mila Björklund and Anja Maki, and their 18-year-old boyfriends, Seppo Boiman and Nils Gustafsson. They had set up their tent on the shores of Lake Bodom, a popular spot for outdoor recreation, on what was supposed to be a fun, relaxing weekend. The idyllic setting masked a looming terror. The following morning, around 6 a.m., a group of birdwatchers discovered the horrific scene. The tent had been slashed, and outside it lay the bodies of Mila, Anja, and Seppo. All 3 had been violently bludgeoned and stabbed through the tent, with the weapon never definitively identified but believed to be a sharp object, possibly a knife, and a blunt instrument like a rock or a pole. Nils Gustafsson, covered in blood, was found lying beside the tent, alive but suffering from a concussion, multiple fractures to his jaw and facial bones, and stab wounds. Miraculously, he was still breathing, but his memory of the attack was a complete blank slate. The immediate investigation was plagued by a series of critical errors that would hamper the case for decades. The crime scene was not immediately secured, allowing curious onlookers, including local police and even civilians, to walk through it, potentially contaminating or destroying crucial evidence. Important items, like the victims' wallets and some of their clothes, were found missing, suggesting robbery. Yet a motorbike belonging to one of the boys was left untouched. The murder weapon was never found, nor were the missing items. The initial medical examination also failed to uncover all of Gustafsson's injuries, further complicating the early stages of the investigation. The lack of a clear motive and the absence of a discernible killer created a vacuum that quickly filled with theories and speculation. Local eccentricities and grudges were explored. One early suspect was Carl Valdemar Gillström, a kiosk owner who was known to harbor resentment towards campers and was rumored to have thrown stones at people on the beach. He was also reported to have made strange comments about the murders after they occurred. However, he had a strong alibi and later committed suicide by drowning, leaving a note that offered no confession or enlightenment about the Bodom killings. Another suspect was Pentti Eskelinen, a known criminal in the area, but no direct link was ever established. As the years turned into decades, the Lake Bodom murders became Finland's most notorious cold case, akin to a national obsession. The sole survivor, Nils Gustafsson, lived with the burden of not remembering the night that claimed his friends and left him scarred, both physically and psychologically. He underwent extensive therapy and hypnosis in attempts to retrieve his memories, but the traumatic amnesia remained. Then, more than 40 years later, in 2004, the case dramatically reopened. DNA technology, unavailable in 1960, was now capable of analyzing minute traces of evidence. The Finnish National Bureau of Investigation announced that Nils Gustafsson himself was now the prime suspect. Prosecutors alleged that Gustafsson, in a drunken rage, had killed his friends after an argument over the tent, and then injured himself to make it appear as if he had also been a victim. They pointed to the fact that his injuries were less severe than those of the others, and that his shoes were found with the victim's belongings, suggesting he had taken them off inside the tent. Furthermore, Mila Björklund, his girlfriend, had been stabbed more times than the other victims, implying a more personal attack. The trial was highly publicized. The prosecution presented forensic evidence, including DNA analysis that identified Gustafsson's blood on the tent and his victims. They argued that his amnesia was feigned. However, the defense countered with evidence suggesting that Gustafsson's injuries were too severe to be self-inflicted, and that his physical condition would have made it impossible for him to carry out such a brutal attack on 3 people, then injure himself and then dispose of the weapon. They also emphasized the contamination of the original crime scene. In October 2005, after a lengthy and emotionally charged trial, the district court acquitted Nils Gustafsson of all charges. The court ruled that the prosecution had not presented enough evidence to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The forensic evidence was deemed inconclusive, and the original crime scene errors continued to cast a long shadow. The acquittal meant that the Lake Bodom murders officially remain unsolved. The question of who savagely attacked those 4 teenagers, leaving 3 dead and 1 to a life haunted by unanswered questions, continues to echo through the serene Finnish forest. Was it an unknown assailant who vanished into the night, or did the survivor truly hold the key to the mystery, locked away by trauma, leaving us to forever wonder if the truth lies hidden in the dark recesses of a tormented mind? In the summer of 1912, the quiet, picturesque town of Villisca, Iowa, was shattered by an act of unimaginable brutality. On the night of June 9th, 6 members of the Moore family, Josiah and Sarah, and their 4 children Herman, Catherine, Boyd, and Paul, were bludgeoned to death in their beds. Adding to the horror, 2 visiting friends of the children, Ina and Lena Stillinger, were also murdered in the same manner. 8 people, including 6 children, wiped out in a single terrifying night. Who committed this unspeakable crime, and why? Despite decades of investigation and numerous suspects, has the Villisca Axe murder case remained one of America's most enduring and chilling unsolved mysteries. The scene discovered on the morning of June 10th by concerned neighbors was one of profound horror. All 8 victims had been killed with an axe, found leaning against a wall in the children's bedroom. The axe belonged to Josiah Moore. Each victim had been struck multiple times in the head. The faces of the victims were covered with bedclothes, a strange detail suggesting an attempt to obscure their expressions, or perhaps the killer's own revulsion. A piece of an oil lamp chimney was found near the pillow of one of the victims, its top carefully removed and placed on the floor. Beyond the sheer brutality, several peculiar details emerged from the crime scene, adding layers of baffling complexity. All the windows in the house had been carefully covered, either with curtains or clothing, as if the killer wished to work undisturbed and unseen, or perhaps to obscure the view of the horrors within from any passerby. A plate of uneaten food and a bowl of bloody water were found on the kitchen table, suggesting the killer might have spent some time in the house after the murders. Perhaps most unsettling were the 2 axes found, one in the boys' room and one near the front door, both owned by the family, yet only one was confirmed as the murder weapon. Investigators arrived quickly, but in the early 20th century, forensic science was rudimentary. The crime scene was not preserved to modern standards. Numerous people, including townspeople and reporters, walked through the house, potentially destroying valuable evidence. Despite this, law enforcement pursued every possible lead. Local suspects were questioned, including Frank F. Jones, a state senator and prominent Villisca resident who had a long-standing business dispute with Josiah Moore. Another suspect was William Mansfield, a serial killer of families with an axe. though he was never conclusively linked to Villisca. Perhaps the most intriguing and unsettling suspect was Reverend George Kelly, a traveling preacher who had been in Villisca on the night of the murders. He had a history of mental instability and a reported fascination with the case, later confessing to the murders, only to recant and then be acquitted in a heavily publicized trial, leaving the question of his guilt forever unresolved. The peculiar details continued to haunt the investigation. The fact that the killer covered the victims' faces, but then seemingly remained in the house for hours, eating food and perhaps even sitting in the dark, pointed to a disturbed mind, one perhaps intimately familiar with the house or with a ritualistic approach to the killings. The missing house keys, never recovered, also suggested a meticulously planned escape or a killer who intended to return. The lack of forced entry indicated that either the doors were unlocked or the killer had a key. The motive also remained elusive. While robbery was considered, no valuables were taken, and the murders were far more brutal than necessary for a simple theft. The sexual assault of Lena Stillinger was discovered, suggesting a sexual motive for at least part of the crime. Yet the scale of the massacre seemed to go beyond that. Over the years, the Villisca Axe murders have been the subject of countless books, documentaries, and amateur investigations. The case has become almost legendary, a macabre touchstone in American true crime history. The sheer audacity of the crime, committed in a small, close-knit community, and the complete lack of a definitive resolution have allowed speculation to flourish. Was it a lone, deranged individual, a transient killer who moved on to other towns? Was it someone known to the family, whose motive was so deeply personal it remains hidden? Or was it a more complex, perhaps even ritualistic act that defied the simple understanding of motive? The town of Villisca itself, understandably, has never fully recovered from the horror of that night. The Moore House still stands, a silent monument to the tragedy, drawing visitors who seek to understand the incomprehensible. The names of the 8 victims echo in the annals of unsolved crimes, their peaceful slumber brutally interrupted by an unknown assailant, leaving behind a chilling silence and a profound question. Who walked into that house on a summer night in 1912, leaving behind a scene of unspeakable horror? And why did they vanish without a trace, taking their dark secret with them forever? On October 25, 1980, the body of an unidentified woman was discovered in the trunk of a car abandoned in an orchard in Freetown, Massachusetts. What made this discovery particularly chilling was not just the brutal nature of her death. She had been strangled and bludgeoned, but the peculiar and meticulous way her hands had been removed. She became known as Lady of the Dunes, a haunting moniker that evokes the sandy expanse where her remains were later found, a mystery that has baffled investigators for over 4 decades. Who was she? Why were her hands so deliberately removed? And what was the true story behind her lonely death? Initially, the car, a 1969 Ford Fairlane, was found abandoned in a secluded orchard in Freetown, Massachusetts. Police quickly confirmed it was stolen. The smell emanating from the trunk led to the gruesome discovery of a woman's body. However, before a comprehensive forensic examination could be conducted, a severe storm hit the area, washing away much of the initial evidence. More critically, the medical examiner's office, for reasons that remain unclear, decided to remove her hands, fearing they would complicate fingerprint analysis due to decomposition. This decision, made with the best intentions at the time, ironically obliterated the very means by which she might have been identified through fingerprints, adding a layer of tragic irony to her anonymity. The body was eventually buried, still unidentified, with little progress in the case. Then, in July 1982, nearly 2 years later, a skeletal hand was discovered by a young girl playing in the dunes of Provincetown, Massachusetts, nearly 100 miles away from where the body was found. This led to a re-examination of the initial discovery, and remarkably, a match was made. The hand belonged to the unidentified woman from Freetown. This new discovery, connecting the Freetown orchard to the vast, windswept dunes of Provincetown, completely reshaped the narrative and gave the victim her lasting, evocative name, the Lady of the Dunes. Her body, now in an advanced state of decomposition, was exhumed for further examination. Forensic anthropologists determined she was Caucasian, likely in her late 20s to early 40s, with a distinctive dental bridge and a single gold-crowned tooth. She had long, reddish-brown hair, styled in 2 ponytails, and was wearing blue jeans, a short-sleeved plaid shirt, and a bandana. Underneath her head, a green and white striped beach towel was found. The cause of death was confirmed as blunt force trauma to the head and strangulation. The perplexing detail, however, remained the severed hands. Why were they removed? Was it to prevent identification via fingerprints, or was it a ritualistic act, a grotesque signature of the killer? The case gained national attention, featuring on America's Most Wanted multiple times. Investigators pursued various leads, trying to connect her to missing persons reports from across the country. The proximity to Provincetown, a popular tourist destination and a haven for the LGBTQ+ community, led to speculation that she might have been a transient or a runaway. The fact that her hands were removed suggested a killer who was either sophisticated in their efforts to conceal identity or deeply disturbed. One intriguing, yet ultimately inconclusive, lead emerged years later. In 2010, the notorious gangster Whitey Bulger's longtime girlfriend, Catherine Gregg, was identified through DNA as being related to the Lady of the Dunes. This was later debunked as an error, but the brief connection to such a high-profile criminal added to the mystique of the case. More recently, in 2022, advances in genetic genealogy allowed the FBI to identify the Lady of the Dunes as Ruth Marie Terry, a 37-year-old woman from Tennessee who had been reported missing in 1980. This breakthrough, made possible by comparing her DNA to publicly available genealogy databases, finally gave her back her name. With her identity finally revealed, the focus shifted to finding her killer. Terry had traveled from Tennessee, often living a transient life and working odd jobs. Her family stated she had been in touch briefly in 1980, but then suddenly stopped communicating. The circumstances surrounding her death, particularly the deliberate removal of her hands and the 2 separate burial locations, remain shrouded in mystery. The identity of her killer is still unknown. Was it someone she met while traveling? Was it connected to her transient lifestyle or a more personal, hidden secret? The revelation of Ruth Marie Terry's name has provided a critical piece of the puzzle, but the full story of her final days and the monstrous act that ended her life remains elusive. The Freetown and Provincetown woods and dunes continue to hold the silent truth of her last moments, leaving us to wonder what dark events unfolded before she became the enigmatic Lady of the Dunes. And who was responsible for her tragic, disfiguring end? On a frigid morning in February 1944, a group of 4 young boys poaching timber in Hagley Wood, part of the sprawling Hagley estate in Worcestershire, England, stumbled upon a macabre discovery. Peering into the hollow trunk of a large wych elm tree, they found a human skull. What began as a local curiosity quickly escalated into a chilling mystery that has baffled investigators and historians for 8 decades. Who was Bella, the woman found secreted away in the tree, and who put her there, leaving behind a cryptic question that would plague the region for years? Who put Bella in the wych elm? The initial discovery was made by Robert Hart, Thomas Willits, Fred Payne, and Bob Farmer. They had intended to hunt for birds' nests, but instead encountered something far more sinister. Fearing they were trespassing and knowing they were engaged in poaching, they initially kept their discovery a secret, but eventually the youngest, Thomas Willits, confided in his parents. The police were informed, and the remains were recovered from the tree trunk. The ensuing examination revealed a grisly scene. Inside the hollow elm, along with the skull, police found an almost complete skeleton, a tattered piece of taffeta fabric, a gold wedding ring, and a shoe. The remains were those of a woman, estimated to be about 35 years old, and she had likely been dead for at least 18 months, possibly longer, placing her time of death around late 1942 or early 1943. Forensic analysis by Professor James Webster determined that she had a distinctive dental pattern and that a piece of taffeta found with her was shoved deep into her mouth, suggesting she had suffocated. The contorted position of the skeleton indicated she had been forced into the tree while still warm, perhaps shortly after death, before rigor mortis set in. The tree's hollow provided a natural, if macabre, coffin, seemingly chosen by the killer to conceal the body. The investigation launched immediately, but wartime conditions made it incredibly difficult. Communication was limited, and resources were stretched thin. Police struggled to identify the woman. They checked missing persons reports across the country, but no one matched her description. The gold wedding ring offered a tantalizing clue, suggesting she was married, but without a name, it led nowhere. The sheer oddity of finding a body in a tree trunk, deep in a secluded wood, puzzled investigators. Was it a ritualistic killing? A desperate act to hide a crime? The case took on an even more bizarre and unsettling dimension in the spring of 1944. Graffiti began appearing in various locations around Worcestershire, scrawled in chalk or paint on walls, gates, and monuments. The first, and most famous, appeared on the Wychbury obelisk, a local landmark. Who put Luella in the W.A.L.M.? The spelling of the name varied in subsequent messages, sometimes Bella, sometimes Lula. But the question remained the same, direct and accusatory. Who put Bella in the W.A.L.M.? These anonymous messages suggested that someone knew the victim's identity and perhaps the killer's, but chose to communicate in this cryptic, public manner, adding a chilling layer of performance to the unsolved murder. The appearance of the graffiti fueled public speculation and generated numerous theories. Was it a local person, perhaps with a guilty conscience, or someone trying to taunt the police? Was it the killer themselves playing a sinister game? Or was it someone who knew a secret about the victim and her demise? The messages were a psychological weapon, keeping the mystery alive and ensuring it remained at the forefront of local consciousness. Over the decades, various theories have been proposed to explain Bella's identity and the circumstances of her death. One popular theory, which emerged years later, linked the case to wartime espionage. It suggested that Bella was a German spy, possibly a Dutch woman named Clara Dronkers or a cabaret singer named Una Mossop, who was parachuted into England but then betrayed and killed by fellow agents or by a British spy. This theory gained traction due to Britain's Secret Intelligence Service, SIS, having a training facility nearby during the war. Some even claimed that her killer was a member of a spy ring, and the Wych Elm was a designated drop-off point, a rendezvous gone terribly wrong. However, concrete evidence to support this fascinating, yet speculative narrative has always been elusive. Another theory involved black magic or occult rituals, given the unusual manner of the body's concealment. The location, deep in an ancient wood, also lent itself to such interpretations, though again, no direct evidence was ever found to support this. The most straightforward explanation, a mundane murder whose circumstances were made unique by the killer's bizarre choice of hiding place, has never fully satisfied the public, given the enduring power of the anonymous graffiti. Even with the advancements in forensic science, Bella remains unidentified, and her killer remains unknown. The mystery of the woman in the Wych Elm, and the haunting question scrawled across the English countryside, continues to echo through time, a testament to a dark secret buried deep within the heart of an ancient tree. leaving us to wonder who she truly was and what terrible truth her silent presence in the wood might still conceal. On the night of March 13, 1997, residents across Phoenix, Arizona, witnessed a spectacular and unsettling sight. A series of silent, unblinking lights, forming a vast V-shape, slowly traversing the night sky. Thousands reported seeing these massive aerial phenomena, seemingly moving with impossible grace and defying any conventional explanation. What were these Phoenix lights? And how could such a widespread, clear sighting by so many people remain a subject of intense debate and official dismissal, leaving countless witnesses to grapple with an inexplicable shared experience? The sightings began around 7:30 p.m., starting in Nevada and moving south through Arizona. The initial reports described a cluster of 5 spherical lights, slowly moving in formation. As the night progressed, particularly between 8:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m., the sightings became more numerous and detailed, culminating in a dramatic display over Phoenix itself. Witnesses described 2 distinct types of phenomena. The first, a triangular formation of 5 lights that drifted slowly and silently across the entire state. The second, a series of stationary, bright lights that hovered over the Estrella Mountains on the city's southwestern horizon. It was the V-shaped formation that truly captivated and baffled. Witnesses from all walks of life, including police officers, pilots, and everyday citizens, reported seeing the object. They described it as enormous, larger than any conventional aircraft, and utterly silent. Many recounted a profound sense of awe and wonder, mixed with confusion. Dr. Lynn Kitty, a physician, captured compelling video footage that night, which became some of the most famous evidence of the event. Her account, along with countless others, spoke of an object that seemed to defy known aerodynamics, simply gliding effortlessly. It was not a few flickering lights from a distant plane. It was a coherent, structured presence in the sky. The immediate aftermath saw a flurry of bewildered calls to local authorities and media outlets. Initially, there was no official explanation. The military, specifically Luke Air Force Base, denied any involvement, stating no exercises were taking place in that airspace. This silence from official channels only deepened the mystery and fueled speculation among the public. People demanded answers, but none were forthcoming, at least not at first. Days after the event, the official explanation finally arrived, delivered in a rather unusual and dismissive manner. Major General Scott S. Frost, then commander of the Arizona Air National Guard, held a press conference. To alleviate public concern, he brought his aide, dressed in an alien costume, to ridicule the idea of extraterrestrial involvement. He then stated that the lights were flares dropped by A-10 Warthog aircraft during a training exercise at the Barry M. Goldwater Range in southwestern Arizona. This explanation, while seemingly plausible for the stationary lights over the mountains, did not account for the vast, silently moving V-formation witnessed by thousands across hundreds of miles. The flare explanation quickly faced criticism from witnesses. Many argued that flares, by their nature, burn out and fall, whereas the V-shaped lights maintain their formation and altitude for extended periods, moving horizontally across the sky. Furthermore, the sheer size of the V-formation, as described by multiple observers, was far too large to be a mere collection of distant flares. The contrast between the slow, deliberate movement of the V-shaped object and the characteristic erratic descent of flares was stark to those who had seen both. The official explanation felt like a convenient dismissal rather than a genuine attempt to understand. Over the years, the Phoenix lights have remained a touchstone for discussions about unexplained aerial phenomena. Some witnesses clung to the belief that it was an extraterrestrial craft, citing the silent, massive V-shape and its impossible maneuverability. Others speculated about experimental military aircraft, a secret black project being tested, though this was never confirmed. The lack of a definitive, universally accepted explanation for the entire phenomenon, especially the V-shaped object, has ensured its place in the annals of modern mysteries. The enduring legacy of the Phoenix Lights is not just the unanswered question of what they were, but the powerful impact they had on those who witnessed them. For many, it was a profound, life-altering experience that challenged their understanding of reality. An event they knew they saw, yet were told officially did not exist in the way they perceived it. It created a collective memory of wonder and confusion. How could so many people, including trained professionals, be so certain of what they saw, only for it to be attributed to something seemingly so mundane? The Phoenix Lights continue to hover in the collective consciousness, a silent, V-shaped enigma against the backdrop of an ordinary night sky, leaving us to ponder the limits of our known world and the possibilities that lie beyond. On December 2, 1949, a well-dressed man checked into the hotel president in Kansas City, Missouri, under the name Roland T. Owen. His stay began normally, but over the next few days, a series of increasingly bizarre and unsettling events unfolded around him, culminating in his mysterious death. What truly happened in room 1046? And who was this enigmatic Roland T. Owen, who left behind no identification, no clear motive for his murder, and a trail of perplexing clues that continue to confound investigators? Roland T. Owen was described by hotel staff as a polite, clean-cut man in his late 20s or early 30s. He wore a dark suit, a tie, and carried a zipper bag. His room 1046 was unremarkable. However, on December 3rd, a maid named Mary Soptic attempted to clean the room but found the door locked from the outside. She assumed he was out and decided to return later. When she tried again later, he was inside, allowing her entry. She noticed the room was dim, with the blinds drawn, and Owen was sitting in the corner, appearing ill. She also noted that the telephone was disconnected, yet he politely asked her to leave the door unlocked when she departed. This was the first hint of something amiss. The strange occurrences continued. The next day, Mary Soptic returned to clean the room and found the door still unlocked from her previous visit. This time, Owen was lying in bed, fully dressed. She also noticed that the phone was again disconnected. When she reached for it, Owen reportedly told her, "No, I'm all right. Just leave it." There were no other guests visible, but Mary heard two male voices speaking in the room, one responding to Owen's questions. Though she couldn't discern the words, she attributed it to a normal conversation between two men. As she finished cleaning, Owen thanked her and reiterated his request to leave the door unlocked. Hours later, the hotel switchboard operator received a call from room 1046, reporting that the phone was dead. A repairman, Harold G. Phillips, was dispatched. He discovered the phone receiver had been taken off the hook. When he entered, he found Owen sitting in the dark room, in his underwear with the door ajar. Phillips noticed that Owen's head seemed to be in an unusual position, and there was a dark, reddish-brown stain on his bedsheets. The man was incoherent, murmuring something about not falling. Phillips reconnected the phone and left, perplexed by the scene. A few hours later, a bellboy named Randolph E. Probst was sent to room 1046 after another call to the front desk. He found Owen lying face down on the bed, naked, covered by a sheet, and bleeding profusely. His hands and feet were bound with cord, and a rope was tied around his neck. There were multiple stab wounds to his chest, and his skull had been fractured. He was still alive, but barely. Police and paramedics were called immediately. Before losing consciousness, Owen uttered a few fragmented phrases. "I fell and hit my head, and I came here with 3 men. He later died at the hospital. The immediate investigation yielded more questions than answers. The room showed no signs of a struggle. The only belongings found were a comb, a packet of cigarettes, and an empty glass. No identification was found anywhere on the man or in the room. The lack of a clear point of entry or exit, given the locked door from the outside and the later unlocked door, added to the confusion. The staff, including Mary Soptic, insisted Owen was alone when they entered the room, despite her hearing voices. The most baffling clue came months later, after an extensive public appeal failed to identify the victim. A tip led police to a taxi driver who claimed he had driven Owen and two other men to the hotel president on December 1st. He described a third man waiting in the hotel lobby, suggesting Owen arrived with a total of 3 companions. This testimony corroborated Owen's dying words, "I came here with 3 men," painting a picture of a prearranged, perhaps sinister, meeting. The taxi driver also recalled that Owen seemed agitated, mentioning that they were going to kill him. Eventually, the victim was identified as Artemis Ogletree, a 17-year-old drifter from Alabama who had a history of traveling and using aliases. His family confirmed his identity through photographs, but they had no idea why he was in Kansas City or what he was involved in. The discovery of a mysterious letter sent to Ogletree's mother from Roland T. Owen shortly before his death, signed cryptically and referring to a trip, only deepened the enigma. The murder of Artemis Ogletree in room 1046 remains unsolved, a testament to the layers of deception and the fragmented clues that never quite formed a coherent picture. Was it a robbery gone wrong, a lover's quarrel, or something far more sinister, perhaps involving organized crime or espionage? The silent, enigmatic presence of a victim with no official identity, and the series of strange events leading to his violent end, leave us to forever wonder what hidden drama played out in that hotel room, and who were the mysterious companions who shared Artemis Ogletree's final moments. On July 2, 1937, in the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Central Pacific Ocean, a pioneering spirit vanished. Amelia Earhart, America's beloved aviatrix, along with her navigator Fred Noonan, was attempting to complete an unprecedented circumnavigation of the globe at its widest point. Their Lockheed Electra 10E, dubbed the Flying Laboratory, was on its penultimate and longest leg, a grueling 2,556-mile flight from La New Guinea to Howland Island, a tiny, remote speck of land. Despite meticulous planning and the most advanced navigation tools of the time, they never reached their destination. What truly happened to Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan? And why has their disappearance remained one of history's most enduring and poignant aviation mysteries? Earhart and Noonan had already completed 22,000 miles of their ambitious journey, battling mechanical issues, adverse weather, and the sheer logistical challenges of flying around the world. The flight to Howland Island was critical. It was a notoriously difficult navigational feat, akin to finding a postage stamp in the middle of a vast ocean. To assist them, the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Itasca was stationed off Howland, equipped with radio direction-finding equipment. In the early morning hours of July 2nd, the Itasca began receiving garbled radio transmissions from Earhart. Her voice, sometimes clear, sometimes fading, reported overcast skies, thick weather, and increasing difficulty in pinpointing their position. She spoke of being on the line 157 to 337, referring to a navigational line of position and desperately asking for direction-finding signals. "We are on the line," she transmitted, "but cannot see you. Fuel is running low. Been unable to reach you by radio." Her final, chilling transmission, around 8:43 a.m. Howland time, was cut off, a fragmented whisper into the void. "We are running north and south," and then silence. Despite an immediate and unprecedented search effort, one of the largest in naval history, No trace of the Electra 10E, nor its two occupants, was ever found. Naval ships, including the battleship USS Colorado and aircraft from the carrier USS Lexington, scoured thousands of square miles of ocean around Howland Island and beyond. Days turned into weeks, but the vast, indifferent Pacific yielded no wreckage, no debris, and no definitive answers. The silence that followed her last transmission was absolute. The lack of any tangible evidence has fueled a multitude of theories, each attempting to fill the agonizing void left by her disappearance. The most widely accepted theory is the crash and sink hypothesis. This posits that Earhart and Noonan simply ran out of fuel, either due to miscalculation, unexpected headwinds, or navigational errors, and their plane plunged into the ocean. The Electra was not designed to float, and it would have quickly sunk to the immense depths of the Pacific, making recovery virtually impossible. The vastness and depth of the ocean, combined with the technology of the time, certainly make this a plausible, if tragic, conclusion. However, other theories offer more dramatic, albeit less substantiated, explanations. The land and sink or castaway theory suggests that Earhart and Noonan managed to land on a small, uninhabited island southwest of Howland, such as Gardner Island, now Nikumaroro, but eventually perished. Proponents of this theory point to tantalizing, though inconclusive, evidence. Fragments of aluminum and plexiglass found on Nikumaroro, and even faint distress calls heard by some radio operators days after her disappearance, which could potentially be linked to a castaway scenario. Skeletal remains, possibly human, found on the island in 1940, were initially dismissed as male but re-examined with modern forensic techniques, suggesting they might indeed be female and of European ancestry. A more controversial and enduring theory, especially popular in the years following World War II, is the capture by the Japanese hypothesis. This theory suggests that Earhart and Noonan, perhaps having veered off course, were captured by Japanese forces in the Marshall Islands, then under Japanese control and either executed or held prisoner. Proponents cite alleged witness accounts from islanders and photographic evidence, though these have largely been discredited or found to be misidentified. This theory is often infused with Cold War-era suspicions and espionage narratives, portraying Earhart as a secret agent, though there is no concrete evidence to support this. The true fate of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan remains one of the last great mysteries of the golden age of aviation. Was it a simple, tragic accident in the face of insurmountable odds? Or did their final flight lead them to a more enigmatic end? A castaway existence on a remote isle, or a secret captivity never acknowledged? Her plane, her body, and the full story of her final moments have never been recovered, leaving us to forever gaze out at the vast Pacific, wondering about the daring duo who flew into the unknown and vanished, leaving behind only the echo of her final words and a legacy of enduring mystery. In August 1587, a group of English colonists, led by Governor John White, arrived on Roanoke Island, off the coast of present-day North Carolina, with the ambitious goal of establishing the first permanent English settlement in the New World. Just 3 years later, when White finally returned, the entire colony of over 100 men, women, and children had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only 2 cryptic clues: the word Croton, carved into a post, and sorrow, etched into a tree. What became of the lost colony of Roanoke? And why has their disappearance remained one of America's oldest and most baffling historical enigmas? The journey to Roanoke was fraught with difficulties from the start. The original plan was to settle in the Chesapeake Bay area, but the ship's pilot, Simon Fernandez, insisted on dropping the colonists off at Roanoke, an earlier failed settlement attempt. Governor White, a skilled artist, established the colony, but soon realized they needed more supplies from England. He sailed back, promising to return quickly. However, The Anglo-Spanish War and the Spanish Armada delayed his return for an agonizing 3 years. When White finally managed to assemble a new relief expedition and return to Roanoke in August 1590, he found the settlement eerily silent. The fortifications were still standing, but the houses had been dismantled, suggesting an organized, rather than rushed, departure. There were no signs of a struggle, no bodies, and no evidence of a massacre. The only clues to the colonists' fate were the 2 carvings. On a gatepost leading into the fort, the word Croton was clearly carved, without a cross above it, which White had instructed them to carve if they were forced to leave due to distress or danger. On a nearby tree, the partial inscription CRO was found. White immediately interpreted Croton as a sign that the colonists had moved to Croton Island, now Hatteras Island, home to a friendly Native American tribe. He had explicitly discussed this possibility with the colonists before he left, as a prearranged destination if they needed to relocate. However, a sudden, violent storm prevented White from sailing to Croton Island to investigate further. His ships were nearly lost, and the crew, fearing for their lives, refused to continue the search. White was forced to return to England, leaving the fate of his family, including his daughter Eleanor Dare and his granddaughter Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the Americas, forever unknown. The primary theory, based on White's interpretation, is that the colonists assimilated with the Croton people. Historical records and archaeological findings provide some tantalizing, though inconclusive, support for this. Reports from later English expeditions, though often second or third hand, suggested that some European-descended individuals, speaking English and practicing Christianity, were found living among Native American tribes in the region, particularly the Lumbee, who claimed descent from the lost colonists. Archaeological digs on Hatteras Island have uncovered 16th-century English artifacts and native artifacts mixed together, suggesting some form of interaction or cohabitation. However, definitive proof of the specific Roanoke colonists' presence has never been found. Other theories abound, often much darker. One suggests that the colonists were massacred by hostile Native American tribes. While some tribes in the area were indeed hostile to Europeans, there was no evidence of a violent struggle at the Roanoke site, and the Croton carving suggested a planned relocation, not a sudden attack. Another theory proposes that they attempted to sail back to England on their own but were lost at sea. This is highly unlikely given their limited seafaring resources and lack of experienced navigators. Disease and starvation are also possibilities, but again, the orderly dismantling of the fort and the lack of human remains contradict a slow, agonizing demise. A more recent hypothesis, informed by dendrochronology, tree ring dating, suggests that the colonists may have faced a severe drought in the years after White's departure, forcing them to seek more fertile lands or assistance from Native American groups. This could explain a planned relocation. Despite centuries of research, archaeological excavations, and historical analysis, the exact fate of the lost colony remains shrouded in mystery. The Croton clue, while seemingly helpful, provides no definitive answer about why they moved or what ultimately happened to them. Did they thrive and intermarry, their descendants blending into Native American communities? Or did they face a more tragic, unrecorded end, perhaps perishing from disease, conflict, or the harsh realities of a new world? The silent, deserted fort on Roanoke Island continues to whisper its secrets, inviting endless speculation about the forgotten lives of those hopeful settlers who vanished into the North American wilderness, leaving behind only a few carved letters and an enduring historical riddle. On Thanksgiving Eve, November 24, 1971, a man calling himself Dan Cooper boarded Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 305 from Portland to Seattle. What began as a routine 30-minute flight quickly spiraled into one of the most audacious and enduring unsolved mysteries in American history. Cooper, a seemingly unremarkable passenger, claimed to have a bomb, extorted $200,000 in cash and 4 parachutes, and then, after releasing the passengers in Seattle, forced the crew to fly south before famously parachuting into the night over the rugged wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. Who was D.B. Cooper, as he became known due to a media misreporting? And how did he vanish without a trace, leaving behind only tantalizing clues and a legend that persists to this day? The man, described as being in his mid-40s, wearing a dark suit, black tie, and white shirt, calmly handed a note to flight attendant Florence Schaffner shortly after takeoff. She initially ignored it, thinking it was a business proposition, but Cooper insisted she read it, whispering, "Miss, you'd better look at that note. I have a bomb." The note, which Schaffner later recalled was neatly printed, stated his demands: $200,000 in unmarked $20 bills and 4 parachutes, 2 main, 2 reserve. He remained calm and polite throughout the ordeal, even ordering a bourbon and soda. Upon landing at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, Cooper's demands were met. The passengers were released in exchange for the money and parachutes. Cooper then ordered the crew, consisting of the pilot, co-pilot, flight engineer, and 1 flight attendant, Tina Mucklow, to take off again. His instructions were precise. Fly south at a low altitude, no higher than 10,000 feet, with the landing gear extended and the rear fuselage air stairs deployed. The flight path was to be towards Mexico City, with a refueling stop in Reno, Nevada. As the Boeing 727 flew into the dark and stormy night over southwestern Washington, Cooper methodically prepared himself. He tied the money bag to his body, donned one of the parachutes, and around 8:13 p.m., somewhere between Seattle and Reno, he opened the aft air stairs and jumped into the frigid, rain-swept darkness. The weather conditions were severe, with strong winds and 0 visibility, making the jump incredibly dangerous. He was never seen again. The immediate aftermath saw one of the largest and most extensive manhunts in FBI history, codenamed Norjack, Northwest Hijacking. Hundreds of agents and military personnel scoured the rugged terrain around the assumed drop zone, which initially was thought to be near Lake Merwin, Washington. They searched for years, using everything from ground teams to sophisticated, for the time, aerial surveillance, but found no body, no parachute, and no money. The only physical evidence left behind on the plane were 8 fingerprints, unidentifiable, a black clip-on tie, and 2 of the 4 parachutes. The tie, a particularly unique piece, later became the subject of extensive forensic analysis, yielding trace elements that offered clues to Cooper's potential profession or interests, but no definitive identity. For nearly a decade, the case remained cold, a persistent enigma. Then, in February 1980, a 9-year-old boy named Brian Ingram, vacationing with his family along the Columbia River near Vancouver, Washington, discovered a bundle of highly deteriorated $20 bills. The serial numbers matched those given to Cooper. This was the first, and to this day, the only tangible piece of the ransom ever recovered. The discovery site, miles downstream from the original assumed drop zone, significantly complicated the theories about Cooper's landing point and survival. The theories surrounding Cooper's fate are numerous. The most widely accepted among law enforcement is that he did not survive the jump. The severe weather conditions, the night jump into unforgiving wilderness, and his likely lack of significant skydiving experience, as deduced from his choice of a main parachute and his tying of the money, would have made survival extremely difficult, if not impossible. The recovered money, found dislodged from its bundle, could have been lost during his descent or by the river's currents. However, the romantic notion that he survived and simply vanished with the remaining fortune continues to captivate. This theory often posits that Cooper was an expert skydiver or a former military paratrooper, meticulously planning his escape. Numerous individuals have been put forward as suspects over the years, from Richard Floyd McCoy Jr., who carried out a similar skyjacking months later and was often mistaken for Cooper, to Kenneth Christensen, Dwayne Weber, and most recently Robert Rackstraw, but none have ever been definitively linked to the crime by the FBI. The D.B. Cooper case remains the only unsolved skyjacking in aviation history. The identity of the man in the suit who plummeted into the night and the fate of the vast majority of the ransom money continue to be subjects of intense fascination. The discovery of the partial ransom near a major river, far from where he was thought to have landed, adds a confounding layer to the puzzle. Did he perish in the cold, dark woods, or did he somehow pull off the perfect crime and live out his days on a tropical beach, leaving us to forever wonder about the ultimate disappearing act? On December 4th, 1872, in the vast, empty expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, a British brigantine named Dei Grazia spotted a ship drifting aimlessly, its sails partly set. As they drew closer, the crew of the Dei Grazia realized something was profoundly wrong. The vessel was the Mary Celeste, a ship known to them, and she was utterly deserted. What happened to the Mary Celeste's captain, Benjamin Briggs, his wife and 2-year-old daughter, and her 7-man crew? Why would a seaworthy ship, with her cargo intact and provisions on board, be found abandoned mid-ocean, leaving behind one of history's most baffling maritime enigmas? The Mary Celeste had departed New York City on November 7, 1872, bound for Genoa, Italy, with a cargo of 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol. Aboard were Captain Briggs, his wife Sarah, their young daughter Sophia, and a seasoned crew of 7. The voyage began uneventfully. The Dei Grazia, under Captain David Morehouse, had actually departed New York a week after the Mary Celeste and unexpectedly found her drifting about 400 nautical miles east of the Azores. Sensing something was amiss, Morehouse dispatched a small crew, led by his first mate Oliver Deveau, to investigate. What Deveau and his men found aboard the Mary Celeste was deeply unsettling. The ship was in a state of disarray, but not distress. The forehatch was open, and the binnacle, which housed the compass, was displaced, its compass destroyed. The ship's single lifeboat was missing, presumably launched or torn away. Yet, the main cargo of alcohol was largely untouched, though 9 barrels in the hold were found empty. Most astonishingly, despite the ship being adrift for an estimated 10 days, there were no signs of struggle or violence. The captain's chronometer and sextant were missing, implying they were taken, but valuable items, including a sewing machine and expensive instruments, were left behind. The galley contained food and cooking utensils, suggesting a meal had been prepared recently. The last entry in the ship's logbook was dated November 25th, indicating the vessel had been abandoned 9 days before its discovery. The salvage crew from the Dei Grazia sailed the Mary Celeste into Gibraltar, where a Vice Admiralty court convened to investigate. The court, initially suspicious of foul play by the Dei Grazia's crew, found no evidence of it. They meticulously examined every detail, but no conclusive explanation for the abandonment emerged. The absence of the crew and the lack of a distress signal were the central mysteries. Over the decades, countless theories have been proposed to explain the Mary Celeste's abandonment, each with its own compelling points and fatal flaws. One prominent theory suggests a mutiny or piracy. However, there was no evidence of struggle on board, and the cargo, which would have been valuable to pirates, was largely untouched. Also, the crew was described as loyal and experienced. Another theory posits a seaquake or unusual swell. A sudden, violent tremor of the ocean floor could have caused the cargo of alcohol to shift or the ship to lurch violently, leading the crew to believe the vessel was sinking. In a panic, they might have launched the lifeboat, only for the Mary Celeste to recover, leaving them adrift and lost. The open hatch and displaced binnacle could support this, as could the empty barrels, perhaps ruptured by pressure changes. However, it's hard to imagine experienced seamen abandoning a ship in such a way without taking more precautions or trying to reboard. The exploding alcohol theory suggests that the alcohol fumes in the hold might have caused a minor explosion, leading the crew to fear a larger, catastrophic one. They might have opened the hatch to ventilate the hold, then hastily abandoned ship in the lifeboat. The 9 empty barrels could be evidence of a leak or explosion. If the explosion was contained and didn't damage the ship significantly, they might have waited in the lifeboat, only to be swept away by a sudden squall or to perish from exposure. Some suggest a waterspout or a rogue wave could have swept men from the deck, leading others to abandon ship to rescue them, only for the lifeboat to become separated. However, this doesn't fully account for the apparent lack of damage to the ship itself. More fantastical theories include alien abduction, a sea monster attack, or paranormal activity, but these are largely dismissed by serious investigators due to lack of evidence. The Mary Celeste was eventually returned to service after the salvage proceedings, but she never escaped the shadow of her past. She changed hands multiple times, her reputation as a ghost ship following her. Her ultimate demise in 1885, when she was deliberately wrecked for an insurance fraud scheme, was a far less romantic end than the mystery that made her famous. The fate of Captain Briggs and his crew remains utterly unknown. Their disappearance left behind a ghost ship, a few puzzling clues, and an enduring question that continues to echo across the Atlantic waves. What terrifying, unknown event caused the complete and sudden evacuation of the Mary Celeste, leaving her to drift silently as a testament to the ocean's inscrutable power? In the chilling depths of the Ural Mountains, on February 2, 1959, 9 experienced hikers, led by 23-year-old Igor Dyatlov, perished under circumstances so bizarre and terrifying that their deaths have spawned decades of intense speculation and remain one of the most enigmatic, unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. What truly happened to the Dyatlov group on Kholat-Syakhl, Dead Mountain, and what unknown force compelled them to tear their tent open from the inside and flee into the frigid, unforgiving night, leading to their gruesome demise? The group, comprising 8 students and 1 instructor from the Ural Polytechnical Institute, was on a challenging ski trekking expedition to Otorten Mountain. They were all experienced cross-country skiers, accustomed to severe winter conditions. On January 31st, they set up camp on the eastern slope of Kholat-Syakhl, preparing to cross a pass the next day. This would be their last known location. When the group failed to return by their scheduled date of February 12th, a search party was organized. On February 26th, searchers discovered their tent, half buried in snow, on a slope of Kholat-Syakhl. What they found was deeply unsettling. The tent was torn open from the inside, as if by frantic hands, and inside, all their belongings, including their winter clothing, boots, and food, were neatly organized. It was clear the hikers had left in an extreme hurry, abandoning their gear in sub-zero temperatures. Following tracks in the snow, which indicated some members were barefoot or in socks, the search party found the first 2 bodies, Yuri Krivonischenko and Yuri Doroshenko, about 1.5 kilometers, 0.9 miles, downhill from the tent, near the remains of a small fire under a large cedar tree. Both were only in their underwear, despite the harsh cold, and showed signs of hypothermia, but also had minor external injuries. More bodies were found over the next few weeks. Igor Dyatlov, Zinaida Kalmogorova, and Rustam Slobodin were found scattered between the cedar tree and the tent, seemingly trying to make their way back. Dyatlov and Kalmogorova showed signs of severe hypothermia. Slobodin had a cracked skull, but the injury was not considered fatal. The final 4 bodies, Ludmila Dubinina, Semyon Zolotaryov, Alexander Kolevatov, and Nikolai Thibault-Brignoles, were found in May, when the snow melted in a ravine about 75 meters, 250 feet, further into the forest from the cedar tree, buried under 4 meters of snow. It was the injuries on these last 4 bodies that truly baffled investigators and defied easy explanation. Nikolai Thibault-Brignoles had a fractured skull. Semyon Zolotaryov had crushed ribs, akin to the impact of a car crash, but no external wounds. Most disturbingly, Ludmila Dubinina had extensive chest injuries, fractured ribs on both sides, and was missing her tongue, eyes, and parts of her face, seemingly eaten away by scavengers, but the tongue's complete absence was particularly puzzling. Alexander Kolevatov also had significant external injuries and missing facial features. Despite the severe internal trauma, there were no external wounds on the skin, as if they had been subjected to immense pressure or a blast. One more unsettling detail: a high level of radiation was detected on some of their clothing. The official Soviet investigation concluded that the hikers died from a compelling unknown force. The lack of any evidence of other people at the scene, the internal nature of the fatal injuries, the paradoxical undressing in freezing temperatures, and the silent, panicked flight from the tent have led to a myriad of theories. The avalanche theory, while the most commonly accepted natural disaster explanation, and later endorsed by a renewed Russian investigation in 2019, struggles to explain why the tent was cut from the inside, the specific nature of the injuries, the distance the bodies traveled, and the lack of typical avalanche debris. If a small slab avalanche occurred, why didn't they simply dig out their gear? Other theories delve into the more speculative. Infrasound. This theory suggests that a rare weather phenomenon created infrasound, a low-frequency sound capable of inducing feelings of dread, panic, and nausea, which could have driven the hikers into a state of irrational terror, compelling them to flee their tent. Military testing/secret weapons. The radiation on clothing and the unusual internal injuries led some to believe the group stumbled upon a secret Soviet military test site, perhaps involving a new weapon or a failed experiment, and were either killed by a blast or covered up. Indigenous Mansi attack. This was an early theory, but it was quickly dismissed as there was no evidence of struggle, no footprints other than the hikers, and the Mansi people were generally peaceful. Paradoxical undressing. This is a known phenomenon where hypothermia causes disorientation and a feeling of warmth, leading victims to shed their clothing, explaining some of the bizarre undressing. However, it doesn't account for the severe internal injuries or the panicked flight from the tent. The Dyatlov Pass incident remains an enduring symbol of the unknown, a story that continues to resonate because of its chilling blend of the ordinary and the utterly inexplicable. What unspeakable event forced 9 experienced hikers to abandon the safety of their tent in the dead of winter, leaving them to succumb to the elements and mysterious injuries, forever silencing the truth of their final moments on Dead Mountain? In the late 1960s, a chilling shadow fell over Northern California. A meticulous and taunting serial killer who adopted the chilling moniker Zodiac embarked on a brutal spree of murders, primarily targeting young couples and a lone taxi driver in the San Francisco Bay Area. But what truly distinguished the Zodiac was not just the horrific nature of his crimes, but his brazen, cryptic letters sent to the press, filled with ciphers and veiled threats, proclaiming himself unstoppable. Who was the Zodiac Killer, and how did he manage to evade capture for decades, leaving behind a terrifying legacy of unsolved murders and a chilling trail of uncracked codes? The Zodiac's reign of terror officially began on December 20th, 1968, when 17-year-old David Faraday and 16-year-old Betty Lou Jensen were shot to death in their parked car on Lake Herman Road in Benicia, California. This was followed by another attack on July 4th, 1969, when Darlene Ferrin, 22, was shot and killed, and her companion, Michael Mageau, 19, was seriously wounded near the Blue Rock Springs golf course in Vallejo. Mageau survived to give a description of the assailant, but it offered few concrete leads. The case exploded into public consciousness with the killer's audacious communications. Starting in August 1969, the Zodiac began sending letters to local newspapers, the Vallejo Times-Herald, the San Francisco Chronicle, and the San Francisco Examiner. These letters were filled with details of the murders, challenging the police and media to figure them out. Most famously, he included ciphers, stating that once decoded, they would reveal his identity. The first cipher, a 408-symbol message, was quickly cracked by a high school teacher and his wife, revealing a rambling, philosophical statement about collecting slaves for the afterlife, but no name. The Zodiac continued his pattern of attacks and taunting letters. On September 27, 1969, he attacked two college students, Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard, at Lake Berryessa. He wore a bizarre hooded costume with a white cross-circle symbol on it, tied them up, and stabbed them repeatedly. Shepard died from her wounds. Hartnell survived. Just 2 weeks later, on October 11, 1969, he shot and killed taxi driver Paul Stein in San Francisco's Presidio Heights neighborhood, even taking a piece of Stein's blood-soaked shirt as a trophy. This murder was witnessed by 3 teenagers, who initially reported seeing a white male, but a police dispatch error allowed the killer to escape. The letters and ciphers continued sporadically for years, becoming more cryptic and less frequent. The killer claimed many more victims than police could ever confirm, often using the cross-circle symbol and signing off as Zodiac. He mocked the police, gloated about his killings, and threatened to attack a school bus, adding to the pervasive fear gripping the region. One of his longest and most complex ciphers, the 340 cipher, remained unsolved for 51 years until it was finally cracked by a team of amateur codebreakers in December 2020. This cipher also contained no explicit identity, only more disturbing rhetoric. The investigation was massive, spanning multiple law enforcement agencies, but proved incredibly frustrating. Ballistics linked some of the murders, but the physical evidence was scant. Eyewitness accounts were inconsistent or vague. The Zodiac's ability to appear and disappear, seemingly without a trace, baffled detectives. The cryptic nature of his communications, while providing a unique window into his mind, offered few tangible leads to his real-world identity. Over the decades, countless suspects have been investigated, from Arthur Lee Allen, a prime suspect for many years due to circumstantial evidence, but whose DNA and fingerprints did not match, to other individuals whose lives were scrutinized by police and amateur sleuths alike. The case has become a cultural phenomenon, inspiring films, books, and documentaries, and fueling a dedicated community of zodiologists who continue to pore over every detail. The official victim count remains at 5 confirmed murders, with 2 survivors, though the Zodiac himself claimed to have killed as many as 37. The last confirmed letter from the Zodiac was received in 1974, though some experts believe he may have sent others. He simply faded away, disappearing as mysteriously as he emerged, leaving behind a chilling void. The identity of the Zodiac killer remains one of the most compelling and agonizing cold cases in history. Will the true identity of the man behind the terrifying ciphers ever be known, finally bringing closure to the families of his victims and peace to the communities he terrorized? In the grim, fog-shrouded streets of Whitechapel, East London, during the autumn of 1888, an unspeakable terror gripped Victorian society. A serial killer, later dubbed Jack the Ripper, embarked on a brutal and unprecedented spree of murders, primarily targeting impoverished female prostitutes. His victims were not only killed but brutally mutilated, their bodies left in plain sight, mocking the authorities. But what truly sets Jack the Ripper apart is not just the savagery of his crimes, but his brazen taunts to the press and police, proclaiming himself unstoppable. Who was this elusive monster, and how did he manage to disappear into the labyrinthine alleys of London, leaving behind a chilling legacy of unsolved murder and a name synonymous with enduring evil? The horror began on August 31st, 1888, with the discovery of Mary Ann Nichols, her throat slit and abdomen horribly mutilated. Just over a week later, on September 8th, Annie Chapman was found with similar, even more grotesque injuries. The speed and savagery of these attacks, combined with the surgical precision of the mutilations, sent shockwaves through the capital. The most infamous night, known as the Double Event, occurred on September 30th. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut in Berner Street, but without the abdominal mutilations, leading some to believe the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, the body of Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, her throat also cut, but her face mutilated and internal organs removed. This immediate escalation, demonstrating an almost supernatural ability to strike twice in quick succession and disappear, magnified the terror. The final, and arguably most gruesome, canonical murder was that of Mary Jane Kelly on November 9th, whose body was found almost unrecognizably disemboweled and mutilated in her room, suggesting the killer had ample time to carry out his horrific work. What made the Ripper unique was his chilling communication. Letters, purportedly from the killer, began arriving at newspapers and Scotland Yard. The most famous of these, the Dear Boss letter, signed Jack the Ripper, gave the killer his infamous moniker. Another, the From Hell letter, arrived with half a human kidney, believed to be from one of the victims, accompanied by a taunting note. These communications, whether genuine or hoaxes, created an unprecedented media frenzy and a widespread sense of panic. The killer seemed to relish his notoriety, defying the best efforts of the police. The investigation was plagued by numerous challenges inherent to the period. Forensic science was rudimentary. Fingerprinting was not yet systematically used, and DNA analysis was centuries away. Police coordination was poor between different forces and departments. The victims, being prostitutes, often received less attention from a prejudiced society, and the sheer number of false leads, anonymous tips, and hoaxes overwhelmed investigators. The dark, sprawling urban landscape of Whitechapel, with its narrow, unlit streets and dense population, provided countless hiding places and escape routes. The lack of reliable eyewitnesses and the killer's apparent ability to blend seamlessly into the bustling city added to his phantom-like quality. Over the decades, countless theories have emerged, and hundreds of suspects have been named, ranging from obscure local figures to members of the royal family. Prominent theories have centered on Aaron Kosminski, a Polish-Jewish barber identified by some through modern DNA analysis of a shawl, though this remains highly contested, or Walter Sickert, a renowned artist with a macabre fascination with the murders. Other suspects include George Chapman, Severin Klosowski, a serial poisoner, or even Prince Albert Victor, the Duke of Clarence. Each theory presents compelling, yet ultimately circumstantial, evidence, none proving conclusive. The murders abruptly ceased after Mary Jane Kelly's death in November 1888, though some speculate he continued his spree elsewhere or died himself. His sudden disappearance is as enigmatic as his arrival. Was he a transient who moved on? Did he die or perhaps get incarcerated for another crime? The enduring mystery of Jack the Ripper lies not just in his identity, but in the terrifying suddenness of his appearance and disappearance, leaving behind a trail of blood, a few cryptic letters, and a profound question that continues to haunt us. Who was the man who terrorized London's East End, and why did he vanish without a trace, taking his terrible secret with him to the grave? On a crisp autumn morning in 1957, along a secluded stretch of French Riviera coastline near Nice, a solitary figure was discovered slumped against the seawall, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. His pockets yielded no wallet, no passport, no identifying papers of any kind, only a single train ticket from Marseille, unused. Who was this man, and what brought him to this desolate shore in his final moments, leaving behind no trace of his identity? The local gendarmerie, accustomed to the seasonal influx of tourists and the occasional petty theft, found themselves facing a puzzle unlike any they had encountered. The man appeared to be in his late 40s, dressed in a finely tailored suit, impeccably pressed despite his current repose. There were no signs of a struggle, no obvious injuries, and no personal belongings that might shed light on his origins. It was as if he had simply materialized on the beach, a ghost in an expensive suit. You might imagine the quiet diligence with which Inspector Jean-Luc Dubois approached the case. A man of quiet habits and keen observation, Dubois began by meticulously documenting the scene. The sand around the body was undisturbed, suggesting the man had simply sat down and succumbed to whatever ailment had taken him. His hands were clean, his fingernails neatly trimmed. There was nothing to suggest a struggle nor a fall. It was the picture of serene, yet utterly confounding expiration. The body was transported to the local morgue. Dr. Emily Moreau, the town's pathologist, performed a thorough examination. She found no signs of violence, no poison in his system, no underlying medical condition that would explain such a sudden death. The man's organs were healthy, his build athletic for his age. It was as if he had simply ceased to be. The official cause of death was left as unknown, a rare and troubling pronouncement that gnawed at Dubois. A week passed with no progress. Fingerprints yielded no matches in national or international databases. Descriptions circulated to every police station in France and beyond, but no one came forward to claim him. No missing persons report seemed to fit. It was as if the man had never existed before that morning on the beach. Then came the peculiar discovery. While sorting through the deceased's clothing one last time before it was cataloged for storage, a young officer noticed a small, almost imperceptible tear in the lining of the man's jacket near the left lapel. With careful hands, he probed the tiny opening and discovered a perfectly folded slip of paper, hidden away. It was a single, ordinary piece of paper, no larger than a postage stamp, and upon it, meticulously typed, were just two words: loose silence. Loose silence. The silence. It was both a phrase and a condition that now perfectly encapsulated the man's mysterious end. Inspector Dubois felt a shiver run down his spine. Was it a clue? A name? A code word? Or perhaps a philosophical statement? A quiet farewell? The words offered no immediate answers, yet they deepened the enigma considerably. The phrase led to a new avenue of inquiry, albeit a frustrating one. Dubois had officers discreetly inquire about any local groups or organizations known as loose silence, or even individuals associated with such a moniker. They found nothing. Libraries were scoured for books or poems with such a title or central theme, but the results were too broad to be helpful. It was a needle in a haystack, and the haystack seemed to stretch across an entire continent. One theory that gained quiet traction among the investigative team was the idea of espionage. The man's perfectly tailored, yet unmarked, clothing, the lack of identification, the cryptic note hidden away, all suggested a deliberate effort to erase his identity. Was loose silence a code name, a mission, or perhaps a warning? The Cold War was very real, and the French Riviera was known for its quiet wealth and international connections, making it a plausible backdrop for such clandestine affairs. Had he been a spy, compromised and silenced? Or perhaps a defector, seeking a new life only to find a premature end? Another, more romantic theory suggested a secret liaison. Could loose silence refer to a pact of discretion between lovers? A clandestine meeting gone tragically wrong? Perhaps he had intended to disappear with someone, only to be left behind or worse, betrayed. The unused train ticket added a poignant layer to this idea. Was he waiting for someone who never arrived, or had he been meant to meet them elsewhere? Months turned into a year. The case of Lou Silence remained an open file, gathering dust but never truly forgotten by Inspector Du Bois. The man's body, after a period of unclaimed repose, was eventually laid to rest in a small, unmarked grave in the municipal cemetery, a final silent testament to a life lived and ended without a name. The only marker was the quiet determination of a few individuals who still wondered about the enigmatic note and the man who carried it. To this day, the true meaning of Lou Silence and the identity of the man on the beach near Nice remain shrouded in the quiet mystery of an autumn morning in 1957. What purpose did those two simple words serve? And will we ever truly understand the silent truth they held? In the heart of Hollywood, a city built on dreams and shadows, Detective Raymond Miller had become a ghost even before his actual disappearance. For 20 years, his life had been consumed by the unsolved murder of Elizabeth Short, the notorious Black Dahlia. Then, in the early autumn of 1974, Miller himself vanished from his cluttered office, taking with him every single one of his meticulously compiled files on the Dahlia case, leaving behind only the faint scent of stale coffee and a profound, echoing silence. What led to Detective Miller's sudden disappearance? And did he truly stumble upon the elusive truth of the Black Dahlia before he became another of Hollywood's great, unsolved mysteries? Raymond Miller was a man carved from the old school of policing, driven, methodical, and possessed of a stubborn tenacity that bordered on obsession. The Black Dahlia case, which had haunted Los Angeles since 1947, had become his personal white whale. He had retired from the LAPD years ago, but retirement for Miller simply meant more time to devote to his self-appointed mission. His small, nondescript office in a fading downtown building was a sanctuary of theories, photographs, and witness statements, all revolving around the brutal, theatrical murder that had captivated a nation. You might picture his workspace. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves crammed with binders, stacks of yellowed newspaper clippings precariously balanced, and a corkboard covered in a web of red string connecting faces and dates. Miller believed the official investigation had missed crucial details, overlooked key connections. He was convinced the killer was still out there, possibly living a quiet, unremarkable life, having slipped through the cracks of a panicked, sensationalized investigation. He was notorious among his former colleagues for his single-minded pursuit, often scoffing at their dismissal of the cold case. On the last day anyone saw him, September 12, 1974, Miller had seemed unusually energized. His neighbor, a kindly, elderly woman named Mrs. Henderson who often brought him homemade cookies, recalled him saying, "Mrs. Henderson, I believe I've finally cracked it. The missing piece. It's all coming together." His eyes, usually clouded with fatigue, had a bright, almost manic glint. He had declined her offer of cookies, a rare occurrence, stating he had too much to do. "History is waiting," he'd said with a cryptic smile. The following morning, Miller didn't emerge. His office light remained off. Mrs. Henderson, growing concerned after 2 days, eventually contacted the police. What they found was not a scene of struggle, but rather one of meticulous emptiness. The office was spotless, almost eerily so. The mountains of files, the binders, the corkboard, all gone. Every single piece of evidence, every note, every photograph related to the Black Dahlia case had been removed. It was as if a vacuum had sucked away 2 decades of relentless investigation, leaving only the furniture and the unsettling silence. The initial police theory leaned towards a voluntary disappearance, perhaps a man finally succumbing to the immense psychological toll of his obsession and seeking a new life. But those who knew Miller dismissed this outright. He lived for the case. It was his identity. He had no family, few friends outside his professional circle, and no discernible reason to abandon his life's work, especially when he claimed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. The absence of the files was particularly troubling. Had he taken them to protect them, or had someone else taken them? Perhaps someone who didn't want the missing piece to be found? The latter possibility sent a chill down the spines of the investigators assigned to Miller's disappearance. Could his relentless pursuit of a killer from decades past have put him in direct danger? Was the Dahlia case still claiming victims, even all these years later? Investigators delved into Miller's recent activities, hoping to uncover a lead. He had been unusually secretive in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, refusing to discuss his current line of inquiry even with trusted former colleagues. He had been making frequent, late-night phone calls from a payphone blocks away from his office, calls that were untraceable. He had also cashed out a small savings account, taking out a substantial sum of cash, which suggested a planned departure or, more ominously, a payment of some kind. One peculiar detail emerged from his desk calendar. Scrawled across the date of his disappearance, in his neat, precise handwriting, were two symbols. A small, almost imperceptible drawing of a wilting black rose and, next to it, the cryptic notation, LA-27. The black rose was an obvious nod to the Dahlia, but the LA-27 remained a complete enigma. Was it a code, a location, a date, or perhaps a reference to an obscure Los Angeles bus route, the very route the Dahlia herself might have taken, or a number connected to the case in a way only Miller understood? Despite extensive searches, no trace of Raymond Miller or his invaluable files was ever found. The Black Dahlia case, which had teased him with its secrets for so long, seemed to have swallowed him whole. His disappearance added yet another layer of chilling mystery to one of America's most enduring true crime enigmas. Did Detective Miller finally unmask the killer, only to be silenced himself? Or did his lifetime of obsession simply lead him down a path from which there was no return? A path into the same shadowy realm as the victim he so tirelessly pursued? The questions hang in the air, as unsolved and as haunting as the original case itself. The old lighthouse on the isolated Isle of Eilean More, nestled in the Outer Hebrides of Scotland, stood as a stoic sentinel against the raging North Atlantic. Its beam had been a comforting constant for sailors since 1899. But on December 26, 1900, a passing ship noted the light was out. A relief vessel dispatched a few days later found the lighthouse utterly deserted, the breakfast table set for three, and the logbook containing only increasingly desperate entries about a monstrous storm that no one else had witnessed. What befell the three lighthouse keepers of Eilean More, and what unseen force drove them to abandon their post and vanish without a trace? The Flannan Isles, a remote cluster of rocky outcrops, were known for their treacherous waters and unpredictable weather. The lighthouse, a marvel of engineering for its time, was manned by a crew of three principal keepers and a fourth relief keeper who rotated ashore. On this particular shift, the men were Thomas Marshall, the most experienced of the group, James Duckett, a quiet family man known for his meticulous record-keeping, and Donald MacArthur, the youngest and most volatile, whose past had a few minor indiscretions. Their presence was vital, their absence unthinkable. When the relief vessel, the Hesperus, finally reached Eilean More on December 26th, after being delayed by storms itself, a strange unease descended upon the arriving crew. The flag was not flying. The supply box, usually left out for hoisting, remained untouched. Captain Jim Harvey blew the ship's horn, but there was no response, no familiar waving figure on the landing stage. A small boat was launched, carrying Joseph Moore, the relief keeper, ashore. You can almost feel the chill wind and the spray as Moore ascended the steep, narrow path to the lighthouse. The main door, contrary to regulations, was unlocked. A shiver went down his spine. Inside, the silence was profound, broken only by the creak of the door in the wind. The beds were unmade, suggesting the men had risen that morning. But nothing else seemed amiss at first glance. But then the unsettling details began to emerge. The kitchen table was laid for a meal, half-eaten food still on the plates. The chair was overturned. In the oilskin locker, 2 sets of heavy foul-weather gear were missing, but one, belonging to James Duckett, remained. Why would 2 men venture out into a storm without the third, especially a storm that no one else reported? The lighthouse logbook was the most perplexing discovery. James Duckett's precise handwriting filled the pages with increasingly ominous entries. The last entry, dated December 15th, read, "Storm ended, sea calm. God is over all." But previous entries spoke of an unprecedented gale. Winds the like of which I have never seen in 20 years. On December 13th, Duckett wrote, "Storm continuing, the like of which I have never seen. The wind singing to us now. MacArthur crying. He is not himself." And the entry for December 12th chillingly noted, "Gale, northwest. MacArthur very quiet. Duckett silent. Thomas Marshall praying." This was baffling. No storm of such magnitude had been reported in the area on those dates. The weather records showed only minor squalls. The investigative team, led by Robert Muirhead, the Northern Lighthouse Board's superintendent, arrived days later. They found a few more clues, but nothing definitive. A box containing tools on the landing stage was scattered, suggesting a sudden, hasty departure or perhaps a struggle. A section of railing near the western landing was bent, indicating significant force had been applied there. Numerous theories emerged, each more perplexing than the last. The most widely accepted and perhaps mundane explanation posited that the 2 keepers, MacArthur and Marshall, had gone down to secure some equipment or check on something near the western landing, perhaps a storm-damaged piece of gear. A rogue wave, an enormous 9th wave or 3 sisters, characteristic of the North Atlantic, could have swept them away, along with the overturned tools. Duckett, perhaps witnessing this or attempting to assist them, then ran out, forgetting his oilskins, and was also taken by the sea. This theory, however, doesn't explain the missing storm gear from the locker, the undisturbed breakfast, or the strange logbook entries. And why would a seasoned keeper like Duckett leave without his oilskins in the face of such a monstrous storm? Other theories veered into the more speculative. Had the men been overcome by madness, driven insane by the isolation and the relentless elements? This might explain the strange logbook entries, a shared delusion. But what then caused their physical disappearance? Could they have been abducted by a passing ship? Unlikely in such remote waters and without any trace. Some even whispered of sea monsters or malevolent spirits, but the official inquiry dismissed such notions as mere folklore. The storm that wasn't remains the most intriguing aspect. Was Duckett's logbook a record of an internal, psychological storm, or a genuine meteorological anomaly localized entirely to Eileen Moore, somehow overlooked by other observers? The logbook's final, serene entry, "God is over all," could be interpreted as a return to sanity or a resignation to their fate, a final testament before their ultimate, silent vanishing. To this day, the mystery of the Flannan Isles lighthouse keepers persists. The lighthouse stands, its beams still cutting through the darkness, but the echoes of the 3 men who vanished remain. What truly happened on that remote rock in the vast, unforgiving sea, and what silent force finally claimed them? The sea keeps its secrets well, and Eileen Moore remains a lonely testament to an enduring, unsettling enigma. In the vibrant, post-war intellectual circles of Oxford, England, in the spring of 1954, a brilliant young cryptographer named Alastair Finch was on the cusp of a groundbreaking discovery. He'd been working in utter secrecy, poring over what he cryptically referred to as the Nightingale Song, a complex series of intercepted radio transmissions believed to be from a highly sophisticated unknown network. Then, without a whisper or a trace, Finch simply disappeared from his cluttered university office, leaving behind an open, coded message on his blackboard that, when deciphered, read only, "The Silk Road ends at dawn." What was the Nightingale's song? What hidden truth did Finch uncover? And what did his final, cryptic message mean before he vanished into the shadows of the Cold War? Alistair Finch was a prodigy, recruited directly out of Cambridge during the war to work on top-secret code-breaking projects. His mind, described as a finely tuned instrument, saw patterns where others saw chaos. After the war, he was granted a quiet academic post at Oxford, a perfect cover for his continued, highly sensitive work. He was known for his eccentricities, his habit of working through the night, fueled by strong tea and classical music, and his insistence on absolute solitude when deep in thought. His colleagues, though few, noted his increasing intensity in the months leading up to his disappearance. Professor Eleanor Vance, a fellow mathematician and one of the few he trusted, recalled Finch's excited whispers about a new kind of encryption, one that seemed to defy all known methods. "It's not about the code itself, Eleanor," he'd confided. "It's about the patterns behind the code, the music of it." He believed he was listening to the secret communications of a powerful, perhaps even global intelligence network, unlike any yet discovered. He called it the Nightingale's Song because of its haunting, repetitive, yet subtly changing nature, like a complex avian melody. On April 17, 1954, Finch failed to appear for a scheduled lecture. This was highly uncharacteristic. His office door, usually locked, was ajar. A wave of unease swept through the department. Upon entering, university security found the room exactly as Finch had left it, save for one crucial detail. Finch himself was gone. His worn leather briefcase, always at his side, was also missing. The most striking discovery was his blackboard, covered in a dense array of symbols, equations, and what looked like musical notations. It held a single, prominently circled message in the center. It was a Caesar cipher, shifted by a precise number of places. Professor Vance, her hands trembling, quickly deciphered it. The words revealed were stark. "The Silk Road ends at dawn." The Silk Road. The name immediately conjured images of ancient trade routes, clandestine journeys, and hidden networks. But in the context of Cold War espionage, it pointed to something far more sinister. Was it a literal route, a metaphor for a clandestine operation, or a reference to a specific organization? The ends at dawn part suggested a deadline, a culmination, or perhaps a warning. The police investigation, quickly sidelined by MI5, yielded little. There were no signs of forced entry, no struggle. It was as if Finch had simply walked out, perhaps in the dead of night, to meet an appointment from which he never returned. His small apartment was likewise undisturbed. His personal effects, his meager savings, everything was untouched. Only his work, the Nightingale's Song data, and the briefcase was gone. MI5 launched a discreet but exhaustive search. They interviewed everyone Finch had known, delving into his past, his habits, his associates. They learned he had been increasingly paranoid in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, frequently checking over his shoulder, making odd, untraceable phone calls from public booths, and claiming he was being watched. He'd even hinted to Vance that he believed the Nightingale wasn't just a foreign power, but perhaps an unknown, highly influential, and deeply embedded organization operating within multiple nations, perhaps even within their own. One theory considered was that Finch, having stumbled upon something too dangerous, had been disappeared by the very network he was trying to expose. The clean sweep of his office, the absence of any struggle, supported the idea of a highly professional operation. The Silk Road ends at dawn could have been a message left for him, a final, chilling directive before his removal. Another possibility was that Finch had completed his work, deciphered the Nightingale song, and used the Silk Road as a prearranged escape route, perhaps defecting to another side or going into hiding to protect himself and his information. But if so, why leave such an obscure, almost taunting message? And why vanish so abruptly without informing anyone, especially Professor Vance, whom he trusted? For years, British intelligence pursued the phantom of the Silk Road, trying to understand if it was a real organization or a product of Finch's increasingly strained mind. They intercepted more radio transmissions, searching for echoes of the Nightingale song, but found nothing that matched Finch's intricate descriptions. The world moved on, but the question of Alastair Finch remained. Did he truly uncover a secret so profound that it led to his silent vanishing? Or did his genius lead him down a path from which there was no return? A path into the very silence he had sought to break. The Silk Road remains untraveled, its dawn forever shrouded in the mists of Cold War espionage. The sleepy coastal town of Portlock, Alaska, had always lived in harmony with the vast, untamed wilderness of the Kenai Peninsula. Its remoteness was its charm, its quietude its blessing. But in the spring of 1993, that peace was shattered when the town's entire fishing fleet, 7 vessels, from sturdy trawlers to nimble crab boats, vanished from their moorings in the dead of night, leaving behind no distress signals, no broken ropes, and no logical explanation for their synchronized disappearance. What force could have spirited away an entire fleet from a protected harbor? And what became of the skilled fishermen and their vessels, swallowed by the Alaskan night? Portlock was a community inextricably linked to the sea. Generations of families had made their living from the rich fishing grounds of the Gulf of Alaska. The fleet was the lifeblood of the town. The Sea Dragon, captained by the venerable old salt, Elias Thorne. The Northern Star, owned by the ambitious young siblings, Liam and Maeve O'Connell, and 5 other boats, each a testament to the hard work and resilience of the town's inhabitants. Their absence, therefore, wasn't just a mystery. It was an existential threat to Portlock itself. On the evening of May 14th, the weather had been unusually calm for that time of year. A clear sky, a light breeze, and a placid sea. Most of the fleet had returned to harbor that afternoon, securing their vessels for a day of maintenance before the next big run. Witnesses, a few late-night revelers at the Rusty Anchor Tavern and a lone lighthouse keeper, reported nothing out of the ordinary. The usual clinking of mast lines against poles, the gentle creak of hulls in the water, the mundane sounds of a working harbor. You might imagine the dawning horror that spread through Portlock on the morning of May 15th. The first fisherman to arrive at the docks, coffee cup in hand, stopped dead. His boat, the Lucky Lady, was gone. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and looked around. Then he saw it, the empty space where the Sea Dragon should have been, and the Northern Star. And then the chilling realization dawned, every single one of them. The moorings were intact, the ropes neatly coiled on the empty dock, as if the boats had simply untied themselves and glided away. There was no sign of struggle, no oil slicks, no debris, just empty water. The Coast Guard was immediately notified, launching an extensive air and sea search operation that stretched for hundreds of miles along the Alaskan coast. This was not a small craft gone astray. This was 7 substantial vessels, some over 60 feet long, vanishing simultaneously. It defied all logic. How could such a coordinated event occur without anyone seeing or hearing anything? Investigators from the state police and federal agencies descended upon Portlock, interviewing every resident, scrutinizing every detail. The lighthouse keeper swore he saw nothing but the usual passage of cargo ships far out at sea. The bar patrons confirmed the calm weather and routine evening. There were no reports of suspicious vessels in the area, no evidence of piracy. A rare but not unheard of threat in these waters, especially not on this scale. If it was piracy, why take the boats without a trace, leaving no ransoms, no messages? One of the initial theories was a sudden, localized natural phenomenon. Perhaps an undetected rogue wave or a sudden, violent squall had struck the harbor, somehow lifting the boats cleanly from their moorings and carrying them out to sea. But this was quickly dismissed. The harbor was relatively sheltered, and such a force would have left widespread damage to the docks, the shore, and other smaller boats that remained untouched. Furthermore, it wouldn't explain the absence of distress calls or the complete lack of debris. Another theory, quietly whispered by some of the more seasoned locals, leaned towards something almost supernatural, or at least deeply unsettling. Portlock had its share of local legends, stories of the hairy man or the Nantianak, a giant, ape-like creature said to inhabit the surrounding forests and occasionally interact with humans. While most dismissed this as folklore, the sheer inexplicable nature of the event made even the most rational minds consider the unconventional. Could some unknown, powerful entity of the Alaskan wild have taken the fleet? A more grounded, yet still disturbing, hypothesis suggested a deliberate act of sabotage or theft orchestrated by a highly skilled and secretive organization. But again, the question remained, for what purpose? And how could such an operation be executed with such stealth and precision, bypassing all surveillance and leaving no trace? The logistics of moving 7 large vessels without detection were staggering. The families of the missing fishermen were left in an agonizing limbo. No bodies were found, no wreckage, no oil slicks, nothing. The sea, which had always provided for Portlock, had now inexplicably taken its heart. The town, once vibrant, began to wither. People moved away, unable to bear the haunted silence of the empty docks. Years passed. The mystery of the Portlock fleet became a modern maritime legend, recounted in hushed tones by seasoned sailors and curious travelers. The Coast Guard files remained open, but hope faded. The ocean, vast and indifferent, held its secret close. What silent, powerful force truly claimed the Portlock fleet that night? And will the depths ever reveal the truth of their final, synchronized voyage into the unknown? The question lingers, a chilling echo in the quiet, empty harbor. On a rain-swept highway near Bennington, Vermont, on a chilly December evening in 1946, Paula Jean Weldon, a seemingly unremarkable 18-year-old college student, embarked on a solitary hike along the long trail. She was last seen by a group of elderly hikers who waved goodbye as she disappeared around a bend. Despite an unprecedented, exhaustive search involving hundreds of volunteers, law enforcement, and even the FBI, not a single trace of Paula was ever found. No footprint, no piece of clothing, no clue. What became of Paula Jean Weldon on that fateful winter evening? And how could a young woman simply vanish into thin air from a well-trafficked trail? Paula Weldon was a sophomore at Bennington College, known for her quiet demeanor and love of the outdoors. She was a geology major, fascinated by the natural world around her. On that particular afternoon, December 1st, 1946, she told her roommate she was going for a long walk. She was dressed in a red coat, blue jeans, and sneakers, casual attire for a hike, but not entirely unsuitable for the relatively well-marked section of the long trail she intended to explore. You might imagine the serene beauty of the Vermont landscape in early winter. The bare trees, the damp earth, the crisp air, and the approaching dusk. It was precisely this natural beauty that drew Paula to the trail. The group of elderly hikers, the last to see her alive, later described her as walking briskly, seemingly enjoying her solitude. They noted nothing out of the ordinary. No one else on the trail, no suspicious vehicles parked nearby. She simply walked out of sight and out of existence. When Paula didn't return to her dorm that evening, her roommate initially assumed she had stayed with a friend. However, by the following morning, concern mounted. The college alerted her family and then the police. What followed was one of the largest and most extensive search operations in Vermont's history, predating modern search and rescue techniques. Hundreds of college students, faculty, state troopers, and local residents combed the rugged terrain of the Glastonbury Mountain region, where the long trail passes. The area was notorious for its challenging landscape, deep ravines, abandoned logging roads, and dense forests. Even the FBI was called in, dispatching agents from their Albany office, marking one of their earliest involvements in a missing persons case. Despite the monumental effort, the search yielded absolutely nothing. No broken branches, no dislodged rocks, no faint calls for help, no discarded items of clothing, not even a single identifiable footprint. It was as if the earth itself had swallowed her whole. The initial assumption of an accidental fall or getting lost quickly gave way to a chilling sense of bewilderment. The lack of any physical evidence led to a flurry of theories, each more unsettling than the last. One popular theory suggested Paula had simply run away. She was reportedly unhappy at college and perhaps longed for a different life. But if so, why leave no note? And how could she have evaded detection in such a thorough search? And why choose such a dramatic and public method of vanishing? Her family adamantly dismissed this, citing her strong character and close ties. Another, darker theory involved foul play. The secluded nature of the trail made it a potential site for an ambush. But again, the utter lack of any evidence of a struggle, a body, or even a discarded item of clothing defied explanation. If a perpetrator had removed her, how could they have done so without leaving any trace in such a widely searched area? The scale of the search made it highly improbable that a body, even if concealed, could remain undiscovered for long. The Bennington Triangle, a local term for the area around Glastonbury Mountain, quickly gained notoriety. This region had a history of other strange disappearances in the years immediately surrounding Paula's case, creating a local legend of unexplained vanishings. While official investigations dismissed any supernatural connection, the clustering of these disappearances only fueled speculation among the public. People disappeared from hiking trails, from buses, and from seemingly safe environments, all within a few years of each other. A significant lead emerged years later when a local man, a restaurant owner named Lewis Pratt, was rumored to have information about Paula's disappearance. He had allegedly told a friend that he knew what happened to her and that her body had been buried in a certain location. However, when questioned by authorities, he denied everything. Further investigation into his background revealed a disturbing history and a general distrust of law enforcement. Despite his suspicious behavior, no concrete evidence ever tied him to Paula's vanishing, and he died without ever revealing anything further. The case of Paula Jean Weldon remains one of America's most enduring missing persons mysteries. The questions persist. Did she wander off the trail and perish in the vast wilderness, her body simply never found despite the massive search? Was she the victim of an opportunistic crime, the perpetrator so cunning that they left no trace? Or did she, as some locals still whisper, walk into an unknown dimension within the mystical Bennington Triangle? The trail holds its secrets tightly, and the fate of Paula Jean Weldon remains as enigmatic as the silent, snow-dusted mountains of Vermont. On a rain-soaked morning in December 1980, the sleepy village of Rendlesham, Suffolk, England, found itself at the epicenter of an event so extraordinary it would later be dubbed Britain's Roswell. Several U.S. Air Force personnel from nearby RAF Woodbridge, responding to unusual lights in the forest, reported encountering a craft of unknown origin. Its surface adorned with strange symbols, hovering silently amidst the trees. Days later, Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halt personally investigated the site, witnessing similar pulsating lights and recording a bizarre, directed beam of light shooting down from the sky. What truly transpired in Rendlesham Forest? And was this an elaborate hoax, a misidentification, or a genuine encounter with something beyond our comprehension? The incident began on the night of December 26, 1980. Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston and Airman First Class John Burroughs were part of a security patrol investigating peculiar lights near the east gate of RAF Woodbridge, a NATO airbase used by the United States Air Force. These lights were described as red and blue, pulsing through the dense pine trees of Rendlesham Forest, a forbidden area adjacent to the base. You might imagine the tension, the quiet hum of the forest at night, broken only by the crackle of their radios and the rustle of their uniforms. As they ventured deeper, the lights became more defined, coalescing into something solid. Peniston later described seeing a metallic object, triangular in shape, about 9 feet long and 6 feet high, hovering slightly above the forest floor. Its surface was smooth, dark, and covered in what he perceived as hieroglyphic-like symbols. He cautiously approached, even touching the surface, later drawing detailed sketches of the symbols. After a few minutes, the object began to glow intensely, silently ascended, and shot away at incredible speed. The following night, the sightings continued. More personnel reported strange lights in the forest. It was then that Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halt, the deputy base commander, decided to investigate personally. Armed with a tape recorder, a flashlight, and accompanied by a small team, Halt entered the forest on December 28th. The audio recording Halt made is perhaps the most compelling piece of evidence. On it, you can hear his calm, professional voice slowly give way to increasing incredulity and urgency as he and his men witness inexplicable phenomena. They observed bright, pulsating lights moving through the trees. At one point, Halt describes a red, glowing object pulsing, still pulsing, and it's coming towards us. It's an unusual shape, like a deform. He then narrates as 3 distinct, star-like objects appear in the sky, one of which descends and sends down a beam of light right down into the middle of the base. This is incredible. The beam, he recounts, hit near the weapons storage area. The immediate aftermath saw conflicting accounts and official denials. The U.S. Air Force initially dismissed the events as misidentified phenomena, attributing the lights to a nearby lighthouse or a meteor shower. However, the detailed testimonies of multiple credible military personnel, including a high-ranking officer like Halt, made this explanation unsatisfying. Their accounts were consistent, detailed, and given under oath. Several theories have been proposed to explain the Rendlesham incident. The lighthouse theory suggests the flashing lights seen in the forest were simply the Orford Ness Lighthouse, several miles away, distorted by atmospheric conditions or the dense trees. Critics of this theory point out the witnesses, seasoned military personnel, were familiar with the lighthouse and described the lights as moving, descending, and exhibiting behaviors inconsistent with a fixed light source. Furthermore, the alleged craft seen by Peniston and Burroughs doesn't fit this explanation. Another theory points to mass hysteria or psychological effects. The stress of Cold War readiness, the isolation of a remote base, and perhaps a shared experience of unusual but mundane stimuli could have led to a collective misinterpretation. However, this doesn't account for the tangible physical evidence reported, such as impressions in the ground where the craft allegedly landed, or the apparent physiological effects experienced by some witnesses. The most controversial theory, of course, is that the event was a genuine encounter with an unknown aerial phenomenon, or what some would call a UFO. The detailed descriptions of the craft, the strange symbols, the directed light beam, and the consistent testimonies across multiple witnesses who were unaware of each other's full accounts until later lend credence to this possibility. Proponents of this theory highlight the initial official attempts to suppress information, suggesting a cover-up of something truly significant. Decades later, the Rendlesham Forest incident remains a subject of intense debate and investigation. Declassified military documents have shed some light on internal communications but offer no definitive answers. Lieutenant Colonel Halt stood by his account until his death, urging for a full explanation. Was it a sophisticated psychological operation designed to test troop readiness? A secret US or Soviet prototype aircraft? Or something truly alien that briefly touched down in a quiet English forest? The quiet trees of Rendlesham still hold their secret, and the silent mystery of those strange lights continues to pulse in the memory of those who witnessed them. On the morning of May 20th, 1927, in the immediate aftermath of Charles Lindbergh's historic transatlantic flight, a modest but exceptionally capable monoplane, the Spirit of Detroit, took off from New York, bound for the same heroic destination, Paris. On board were 2 seasoned pilots, an acclaimed navigator, and a brave young journalist, all determined to achieve the second successful non-stop transatlantic flight. Just hours into their journey over the vast, unforgiving expanse of the North Atlantic, the Spirit of Detroit transmitted a single garbled distress call, then vanished without a trace, leaving behind only echoes of their ambition and an enduring question. What befell the Spirit of Detroit and its crew? And did they succumb to the ocean, or were they lost to a more enigmatic fate in the burgeoning age of aviation? The crew of the Spirit of Detroit was a testament to the adventurous spirit of the Roaring Twenties. Captain Robert S. Bob McIntosh and First Officer Joseph Joe Depew were experienced pilots, veterans of early commercial aviation. Their navigator was the brilliant and meticulous Maori Mori, whose calculations were legendary. Rounding out the crew was the ambitious young journalist, William S. Bill McCracken, son of the then Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Aeronautics, who was on board to document their historic attempt. Their plane, a modified Stinson Detroiter, was custom-built for the journey, boasting extended fuel tanks and a powerful engine. You might imagine the excitement that filled Curtis Field, Long Island, that morning. Less than 24 hours after Lindbergh's triumphant landing, the Spirit of Detroit aimed to prove that his feat was not a fluke, but the dawn of a new era. Crowds cheered as the heavy aircraft lumbered down the runway, eventually lifting off with a roar, heading east into the uncertain skies. Their flight plan was straightforward: follow the Great Circle route across the Atlantic, navigating by celestial observation and radio bearings. For the first few hours, all seemed well. They maintained intermittent radio contact, reporting favorable conditions. Their last clear transmission placed them somewhere off the coast of Nova Scotia. Then came the static-laced, fragmented message. It was received by a radio operator in Newfoundland, roughly 4 hours after their departure. The operator strained to hear, but only a few words were discernible. Rough conditions, losing altitude, followed by a burst of static and then chilling silence. No mayday, no urgent plea, just the fading voice of men battling an unseen force, swallowed by the vastness of the ocean. An immediate frantic search was launched, involving ships and planes from the US, Canada, and later European nations. The weather in the North Atlantic, known for its rapid changes, had reportedly deteriorated significantly shortly after their last transmission. Heavy fog and strong headwinds were encountered by other vessels in the area. The prevailing theory was that the Spirit of Detroit had flown into a severe storm, succumbed to its forces, and crashed into the unforgiving ocean. However, the complete lack of wreckage or debris was puzzling. Even in a catastrophic ditching, some flotsam, A life vest, a piece of the wing, a fuel can would be expected to surface, especially from a plane carrying so much fuel. Search parties scoured the known crash zone for weeks, finding nothing but the endless waves. It was as if the aircraft and its 4 occupants had been vaporized mid-air. The theories surrounding their disappearance began to proliferate. One theory suggested that the plane, laden with fuel, might have suffered an in-flight explosion. While possible, there were no reports of any such event, and the distress call didn't indicate a sudden, catastrophic failure, but rather a struggle with conditions. Another, more intriguing idea proposed that the crew had managed a forced landing on one of the numerous remote, unpopulated islands or ice floes of the North Atlantic. Perhaps they had survived a ditching and were awaiting rescue, stranded in the desolate expanse. But exhaustive aerial surveys of these remote areas, despite their challenges, yielded no sign of life or wreckage. The cold, harsh environment made long-term survival unlikely without immediate rescue. Some even whispered of espionage or sabotage, given the McCracken connection. Was someone attempting to prevent the democratization of transatlantic flight? This theory, while dramatic, lacked any concrete evidence and seemed far-fetched for an era focused more on aviation triumph than clandestine operations. The simpler, more brutal truth of the ocean seemed more plausible. Yet, the silence remained the most profound mystery. The absence of any trace, any definitive marker of their fate, left a void. As the months turned into years, the spirit of Detroit became a cautionary tale of the dangers of early transatlantic aviation, a ghost in the annals of flight. Their ambition, so palpable on that May morning, was swallowed by the same vastness that offered Lindbergh his triumph. What truly happened to Captain McIntosh, First Officer Depew, Navigator Maury, and journalist McCracken? And will the depths of the Atlantic ever relinquish the secret of the spirit of Detroit's final flight? The silent ocean guards its secrets, and the fate of those brave pioneers remains forever shrouded in the mists of the unknown. On a sweltering July evening in 1966, in the small, tightly knit community of Texarkana, Texas, a young couple parked their car at a secluded lover's lane on the outskirts of town. What began as an innocent, romantic encounter quickly turned terrifying when they were accosted by an unknown assailant who, after a struggle, vanished into the humid night, leaving the couple traumatized but, remarkably, alive. This chilling incident marked the beginning of the Texarkana Moonlight Murders, a series of brutal attacks that terrorized the town over the next 10 weeks, committed by an elusive figure known only as the Phantom Killer. Who was the Phantom, and how did he manage to terrorize an entire community before seemingly disappearing as mysteriously as he arrived? The initial attack on July 4th, though horrific, was just a prelude. The victims, 19-year-old Jimmy Hollis and 18-year-old Mary Larry, managed to escape with injuries after being beaten and sexually assaulted. Their description of the assailant was vague, a man wearing a hood or mask. The local police, unaccustomed to such brutal violence, struggled to find leads. You might imagine the ripple of unease that spread through Texarkana. The town, split by the Texas-Arkansas state line, was a place where everyone knew everyone and violent crime was rare. People began to lock their doors, a habit previously considered unnecessary. Then, on March 24, 1946, my apologies, the initial date provided in the prompt was 1966, but the actual historical events occurred in 1946. 2 more young people, Richard Griffin and Polly and Moore, were found dead in a parked car, shot execution style. This time, there was no escape. The terror escalated. The attacks continued with a horrifying regularity, always targeting couples in secluded, rural spots, usually late at night. On April 13th, Betty Jo Booker and Paul Martin were found dead, again shot. The killer seemed to appear and disappear like a wraith, leaving no witnesses and baffling investigators. The press quickly dubbed him the Phantom Killer due to his elusive nature. The town descended into a state of panic. Curfews were imposed. Parents kept their children indoors. The once bustling lovers' lanes became deserted. Law enforcement, overwhelmed, called in the Texas Rangers and even the FBI. Teams of investigators scoured the crime scenes, looking for clues, but the Phantom left little behind. He seemed to know the terrain, blending seamlessly into the darkness and escaping the dragnet. A significant, yet still frustrating, lead came on May 3rd. Virgil and Katie Starks were attacked in their isolated farmhouse. Virgil was shot dead, but Katie, though critically wounded, survived. This marked a departure from the previous attacks, as it was in a private residence, not a parked car. Katie's description of the attacker was vague, but she mentioned a hooded figure, consistent with earlier accounts. This was the last known attack attributed to the Phantom. Despite the intensity of the investigation, a breakthrough never came. Investigators pursued numerous suspects, each time hitting a dead end. One prominent suspect was Yowell Swinney, a local car thief with a history of violence. His wife even confessed that he was the killer, providing details only the perpetrator would know. However, her testimony was deemed unreliable due to contradictions, and she later recanted. Swinney was eventually imprisoned for other crimes, but never definitively linked to the Phantom murders, though many still believe he was the culprit. The mystery of the Phantom Killer lies in his uncanny ability to evade capture. Was he a local, intimately familiar with the back roads and hidden paths of Texarkana? Or was he a transient, passing through, unleashing a brief reign of terror before moving on to another unsuspecting town? The fact that the attacks abruptly ceased after the Starks case suggested either he was finally apprehended, but never publicly charged with these crimes, or he simply left the area, satisfied with his gruesome work, or perhaps fearing that Katie Stark's survival meant his capture was imminent. The tools of the killer were rudimentary: a .32 caliber pistol and, later, a shotgun. The motives were never clear, though sexual assault was a component of some attacks. There was no apparent pattern to the victims beyond them being young couples in secluded areas, except for the Starks, who were older and attacked at home. The Texarkana moonlight murders left an indelible scar on the town's psyche. The fear lingered for years, a palpable presence in the twilight hours. The case remains officially unsolved, a cold case that continues to haunt the annals of true crime. The identity of the Phantom Killer, the methods he used to disappear so completely after each strike, and his ultimate fate are still unknown. Did he truly vanish into the night, a phantom forever, or did he simply become another face in the crowd, living out his days in quiet anonymity, leaving Texarkana to forever wonder about the monster that stalked its moonlit lanes? The questions echo through the decades, a chilling testament to a killer who struck like a ghost and then, just as suddenly, was gone. In the desolate expanse of the Nevada desert, near the small, almost forgotten town of Eureka, a prospector named John Smith stumbled upon a discovery that would plunge him into a bewildering mystery. In the summer of 1904, while searching for gold, he found not a vein of ore, but a meticulously constructed, perfectly preserved wooden box buried deep beneath the arid soil. Inside, amidst layers of silk and dried herbs, lay a collection of bizarre artifacts, including intricate clockwork mechanisms, astronomical charts depicting unknown constellations, and a worn leather journal filled with a flowing, elegant script written in a language no scholar could identify. Who created this cryptic time capsule? What lost civilization or solitary genius did it belong to? And what ancient, yet futuristic, secrets did it hold, buried beneath the Nevada sand? John Smith, a man toughened by years of battling the harsh elements of the American West, initially thought he had unearthed a settler's forgotten strongbox. The box itself was crafted from a dark, dense wood, possibly mahogany, inlaid with subtle brass designs that seemed almost alien in their geometric precision. It felt ancient, yet its preservation was uncanny, as if time had forgotten to touch it. You might imagine the dust-caked hands of the prospector carefully prying open the lid, revealing not gold, but something far more perplexing. The interior was lined with what appeared to be incredibly well-preserved silk, patterned with faint, complex designs. Nestled within were the artifacts that defied explanation. There were 3 small, spherical objects, each about the size of an orange, made of a polished, dark metal that felt strangely warm to the touch. They contained no visible seams, but upon closer inspection, minute gears and levers could be seen beneath transparent panels, suggesting an impossibly intricate internal mechanism. These were unlike any clocks or scientific instruments of the early 20th century. Alongside these were several rolled parchment scrolls. When unfurled, they revealed maps of celestial bodies, meticulously drawn. But the constellations depicted were not those visible from Earth. They showed star patterns that seemed to belong to another sky, or perhaps a sky from a different epoch or even a different galaxy. The precision of the stellar charts was astonishing, far beyond the astronomical knowledge of any known ancient civilization. The centerpiece of the collection, however, was the leather-bound journal. Its cover was unadorned, save for a single, stylized symbol pressed into the leather, a swirling design resembling a galaxy. Inside, the pages were filled with a consistent, beautiful script. The characters were flowing, almost calligraphic, reminiscent of Arabic or Sanskrit, yet utterly distinct from any known language. Smith, unable to read it, noted the precise, almost obsessive detail of the drawings interspersed among the text, mechanical diagrams, botanical illustrations of plants unknown to the region, and enigmatic symbols that repeated throughout the pages. Word of Smith's strange find eventually reached academics at the University of Nevada, Reno. Scholars of linguistics, archaeology, and astronomy were called in. Their initial excitement quickly turned to profound bewilderment. The wood of the box defied easy identification, appearing to be native to no known terrestrial species, yet it was undeniably wood. The metal of the spherical devices contained trace elements that didn't match any known alloys. The language of the journal proved to be the greatest puzzle. Despite efforts from renowned linguists, no known alphabet or linguistic family offered a match. The intricate grammar and vocabulary seemed completely alien. Was it a cipher? A lost tongue from a forgotten corner of history? Or something far more extraordinary? The theories that emerged were wild, yet strangely compelling. One suggested the box was a relic from an unknown, highly advanced ancient civilization that had somehow existed and perished without leaving any other trace. Perhaps they were nomadic, leaving only this single, enigmatic testament to their existence, hidden in the remote desert. The advanced clockwork and astronomical knowledge seemed to support this, pushing the boundaries of what was thought possible for early human societies. Another theory, whispered with more caution, considered an extraterrestrial origin. The alien constellations, the unknown metal, the unidentifiable language, these elements pointed to a source beyond Earth. Was the box a survival kit from a crashed vessel? A message left behind by visitors from another world? The undisturbed nature of the burial and the lack of a crash site made this less likely, but the contents defied terrestrial explanation. A more grounded, yet still fantastical idea proposed that the box was the creation of a singular, reclusive genius, a lone inventor or philosopher who had somehow developed technology and knowledge centuries ahead of his time, choosing to bury his legacy rather than share it with a world unprepared to understand. Perhaps a reclusive polymath, an eccentric hermit who had simply vanished after burying his secrets. But even this struggled to explain the unidentifiable materials and the truly alien script. The box and its contents were eventually moved to a secure university archive, becoming an object of intense, albeit quiet, study for decades. Despite technological advancements, the language remained undeciphered, the mechanisms unreplicable, and the constellations stubbornly unknown. The Eureka box, as it came to be known, serves as a silent challenge to our understanding of history and possibility. Who buried this extraordinary enigma in the Nevada desert? And what profound message or warning did they intend to convey to a future that still struggles to comprehend its secrets? The arid sands guard their silence, and the mystery of the box endures. In the quaint, cobblestone village of Blackwood, nestled deep within the Berkshire countryside of England, the annual Midsummer Bloom Festival was a cherished tradition, marked by ancient folk dances and the lighting of a grand bonfire. But on the eve of the festival in June 1978, the meticulously crafted bonfire, standing nearly 30 feet high and ready for illumination, mysteriously vanished overnight, leaving behind only a perfectly circular patch of scorched earth and an unsettling absence. What inexplicable force spirited away tons of wood and kindling from the heart of a vigilant village? And what chilling message did this silent, impossible disappearance convey to the bewildered residents of Blackwood? The Midsummer Bloom bonfire was no ordinary pile of logs. It was a communal effort, built over weeks by the entire village, a symbol of their unity and tradition. Every able-bodied villager contributed, stacking seasoned oak and elm, interspersing it with dried heather and kindling, all culminating in a majestic pyre designed to illuminate the longest day of the year. Its construction site was in the ancient village green, visible from nearly every home, and traditionally, a small vigil was kept overnight on the eve of the festival to ensure its safety and prevent any premature lighting. You might imagine the palpable excitement and anticipation that hung in the air on that June evening. Children chattered about the next day's festivities. Adults shared pints at the local pub, the Whispering Oak, all under the watchful, comforting silhouette of the colossal bonfire. Old Mr. Finch, known for his meticulous nature, had even done a final inspection at midnight, confirming the bonfire was precisely as it should be. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn touched the village, a young baker's apprentice, on his way to light the ovens, let out a startled cry that echoed through the quiet streets. Where the towering bonfire had stood hours before, there was nothing. Not a single log, not a piece of kindling, not even a charred ember. The ground beneath was scorched, a perfect circle of blackened earth, as if the bonfire had somehow ignited, burned down completely, and then its ashes had been meticulously swept away, all without a sound, all in the span of a few silent hours. The village was thrown into an uproar. Initially, the police suspected vandalism on an unprecedented scale. But how could a structure weighing several tons be removed without a sound, without leaving any debris, and without a single witness in a village where most people were early risers? The logistical challenges were immense. It would have required heavy machinery, dozens of people, and hours of work, all of which would have surely been heard or seen. Investigators meticulously examined the scorched circle. There were no tire tracks, no footprints beyond those of the bewildered villagers. The scorch mark itself was peculiar. It was perfectly round, with a precise edge, almost as if something had been placed on the ground and then heated intensely from within, rather than a bonfire burning outwards. This suggested a contained, powerful heat source, not an open fire. One prominent theory that emerged was that the bonfire had been targeted by an extreme environmental group or an obscure art collective, intent on making a statement or creating a performance piece. Perhaps they had disassembled it and moved the pieces elsewhere, or used a highly unconventional method to dispose of it. But again, the silence and the complete absence of physical evidence made this theory difficult to sustain. The scale of the performance would have required a massive, coordinated effort that seemed impossible to conceal. Another, more unsettling idea proposed a unique form of spontaneous combustion or a highly localized, intense thermal event. But bonfires, by their very nature, burn outwards and leave substantial ash and char. This bonfire had simply vanished, leaving only the precise burn mark as evidence it had ever existed. This led some to consider exotic scientific phenomena, or even, in hushed tones, something unexplained. The disappearance sparked a deep-seated unease in Blackwood. The symbolism of it, a treasured community artifact built with collective effort, simply disappearing, left the villagers feeling violated and vulnerable. The absence was more unsettling than a direct act of destruction. It implied a power beyond their understanding, something that could erase an object without effort or trace. In the years that followed, the Blackwood bonfire mystery became a local legend, recounted to wide-eyed children. Was it a peculiar prank, executed with impossible precision? Was it a clandestine military experiment gone awry, accidentally vaporizing the structure? Or was it something far more ethereal, a momentary slip in the fabric of reality, a silent act of cosmic reordering? The village green, though still hosting the Midsummer Bloom Festival with a new, smaller bonfire each year, forever bears the phantom echo of that impossible absence. The scorched circle eventually faded, but the question of what truly transpired that Midsummer Eve in 1978, and what silent power was at play, remains as enduring and unsettling as the vanished bonfire itself. On a sun-drenched afternoon in August 1988, in the quiet, conservative suburb of Willow Creek, California, 16-year-old high school student Sarah Jenkins left her home on her bicycle for her usual route to the public library. She was a diligent, unassuming girl, known for her punctuality and love of books. Her journey should have taken no more than 15 minutes, but Sarah never arrived, and her bright blue bicycle was found abandoned hours later, propped against an old oak tree just 3 blocks from her house, its front while still slowly spinning. What interrupted Sarah's short, familiar ride to the library, and how could a teenage girl vanish into thin air from a tree-lined residential street in broad daylight? Willow Creek was the kind of town where nothing ever happened. Neighbors knew each other, children played safely in the streets, and crime was virtually non-existent. Sarah Jenkins was a perfect reflection of this calm environment. A good student, a beloved daughter, and a responsible, predictable teenager. Her routine was a comfort to her parents, who rarely worried when she ventured out. You might imagine the idyllic scene. Warm summer air, the scent of cut grass, the distant hum of lawnmowers. Sarah, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, waving goodbye to her mother before pedaling off. Her destination, the Willow Creek Public Library, was a familiar landmark, a place she visited several times a week. When dinner time arrived and Sarah wasn't home, her mother, a woman not prone to panic, felt a prickle of unease. A quick call to the library confirmed Sarah had never checked out her reserved books. The initial calls to friends also yielded no results. As the evening shadows lengthened, unease quickly escalated to frantic worry. The discovery of the bicycle solidified their worst fears. It was found on the corner of Elm and Maple Street, a quiet residential intersection. The fact that it was neatly propped against the tree, not crashed or discarded, was particularly chilling. It suggested Sarah had dismounted willingly, perhaps to speak to someone, or perhaps she was pulled off. The slow, rhythmic spin of the front wheel was a haunting image for the first officer on the scene, a silent testament to a journey abruptly interrupted. An immediate and exhaustive search of Willow Creek and the surrounding areas was launched. Police, joined by hundreds of volunteers, combed every street, every park, every patch of woods. Flyers with Sarah's smiling face were posted in every window. The case dominated local news, then regional, then national. The investigation yielded frustratingly few clues. No witnesses came forward to report seeing anything suspicious at Elm and Maple Street. The bicycle, a mass-produced model, offered no unique forensic evidence. There were no tire marks, no signs of a struggle on the pavement or the grassy verge. It was as if Sarah had simply stepped off her bike and disappeared into an invisible doorway. Several theories were explored, each with its own set of unanswered questions. The most obvious was abduction. Perhaps a predator had been lying in wait or had spotted her and acted quickly. But in a quiet residential neighborhood, in broad daylight, how could a struggle or a forced abduction occur without anyone seeing or hearing anything? The silence of the street was unnerving. Another theory considered a voluntary disappearance. While Sarah was described as content and stable, the possibility of a hidden life or a secret desire to escape was explored. However, she left no note, took no belongings, and made no contact with anyone after her departure. Her bank account was untouched. Her parents insisted this was completely out of character. A more unsettling possibility suggested she might have known her abductor. If she willingly stopped to speak with someone she recognized, it would explain the lack of struggle and the neatly propped bicycle. But who in Willow Creek could have taken such a beloved and seemingly innocent girl? This line of inquiry led to numerous interviews, but no concrete suspects emerged. The police also investigated any potential links to other unsolved missing persons cases in the state, looking for a serial abductor, but no patterns aligned with Sarah's specific circumstances. The clean, efficient nature of her vanishing made it an anomaly, even among other disappearances. The small community of Willow Creek was forever changed by Sarah's disappearance. The initial hope gradually gave way to a pervasive sadness and an unspoken fear. Parents walked their children to school, neighbors eyed strangers with suspicion, and the once carefree atmosphere was replaced by a quiet vigilance. The oak tree where her bicycle was found became a silent monument, a chilling reminder of the day a girl simply vanished. Decades later, the case of Sarah Jenkins remains a cold file, a haunting enigma in the quiet annals of missing persons. Her parents, though aged, never stopped hoping for answers. What secret did Elm and Maple Street hold that afternoon? Who or what interrupted Sarah's mundane journey to the library? And did she pedal into an unseen danger that continues to elude all understanding? The spinning will eventually stop, but the questions surrounding Sarah's fate continue to revolve, unanswered, in the heart of Willow Creek. In the hallowed, hushed halls of the British Museum in London, among countless treasures of antiquity, one artifact stood apart: the Chronos Scepter. For decades, it had rested in the heavily fortified Crypt of Ages, a vault designed to be utterly impenetrable, carved from polished obsidian, a foot-long rod capped by a strange, constantly spinning crystal orb that emitted a faint, almost imperceptible hum. The scepter was said to be an ancient Egyptian relic, believed by some to possess mystical properties connected to time itself. But on the crisp morning of October 27, 1999, as the world prepared for a new millennium, the Chronos Scepter simply vanished from its locked, alarm display case, leaving behind no forced entry, no shattered glass, and no logical explanation. What power spirited away this ancient, yet seemingly active, artifact from the most secure vault on Earth? And did it truly vanish by its own mysterious will? Or was it taken by an unseen hand with an impossible method? The Chronos Scepter's origins were shrouded in enigma. Recovered from a previously undiscovered chamber deep within the Giza Plateau in the late 19th century, it was unlike any other Egyptian artifact. Its design, the unusual, self-sustaining rotation of its crystal orb, and the faint, high-pitched hum it reportedly emitted suggested a technology far beyond ancient capabilities. It was a jewel of the British Museum's collection, studied by archaeologists, physicists, and even philosophers who pondered its true nature. You might imagine the solemn atmosphere of the Crypt of Ages, a climate-controlled, steel-reinforced sanctuary beneath the museum's bustling main floors. Access required multiple key cards, biometric scans, and armed guard escorts. The scepter itself was enclosed in a thick, bulletproof glass case, equipped with pressure plates, laser grids, and proximity alarms, all meticulously monitored around the clock. The last security check, performed by a senior guard at 3 a.m., confirmed the scepter was in place, its faint hum a familiar background presence. At 7 a.m., Dr. Eris Thorne, the museum's esteemed curator of antiquities, arrived for his routine morning inspection. He unlocked the series of vault doors, disarmed the various layers of security, and stepped into the quiet chamber. His gaze went immediately to the scepter's display. His breath caught. The case was empty. His initial thought was an alarm malfunction, but the security log showed no breaches, no triggers. The thick glass case was utterly intact, locked from the inside. There were no fingerprints, no dust disturbed on the velvet lining where the scepter had rested. Nothing, only a faint, almost lingering high-pitched hum, so subtle it could have been imagined, hung in the air for a few seconds before dissipating into the heavy silence. Scotland Yard was immediately brought in, followed by agents from MI5 due to the artifact's unique nature and potential implications. Every security protocol was re-examined, every guard interrogated, every square inch of the vault scoured for the minutest clue. The results were always the same: a perfect, impossible absence. The scepter had simply ceased to be there. The prevailing theory of a master thief was quickly deemed inadequate. How could a thief bypass such multi-layered, state-of-the-art security without triggering a single alarm? How could they open a case locked from the inside, remove an object, and then relock it, leaving no physical trace? The logistical challenges were insurmountable, defying known methods of infiltration. If it was an inside job, it required someone with an impossible level of access and an equally impossible means of exiting the vault undetected with a significant, if not massive, object. Another, more intriguing, theory delved into the scepter's alleged mystical properties. Was it not stolen, but rather, did it depart? The lingering hum, often described as an active vibration, fueled speculation that the scepter might have activated its own inherent powers, perhaps teleporting itself or phasing into another dimension. Could its removal be an act of will, a response to the approaching millennium, or an unknown celestial alignment? This explanation, while bordering on the fantastic, gained quiet traction among those who had studied its anomalies. A third, darker hypothesis suggested a clandestine acquisition by a powerful, shadowy organization or government agency. Perhaps the scepter's true capabilities were discovered to be far greater than publicly known, prompting a secret retrieval operation executed with such advanced, unheard-of technology that it left no trace. But why stage such a perplexing vanishing rather than a more conventional, albeit discreet, removal? And why wait decades to take it? The disappearance of the chronoscepter sent a ripple of quiet apprehension through the world of archaeology and beyond. It was a stark reminder that even in an age of technological advancement and unparalleled security, some mysteries defied all logical explanation. The vault remained empty, a silent testament to an impossible event. Did the chronoscepter truly control time, perhaps using it to slip away into an unknown future or past? Or was it merely an inanimate object, taken by a force so sophisticated and unseen that it redefined the very meaning of vanishing? The silence of the crypt of ages endures, holding the chilling secret of the scepter's ultimate, inexplicable disappearance. In the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Siberian wilderness, the Trans-Siberian Railway, a lifeline of the Soviet Union, carried its passengers and cargo across immense distances. In the spring of 1928, a particular journey became etched in the annals of the unexplained when a single luxurious Pullman carriage, known as the Crimson Sleeper, vanished without a trace from a fully coupled train while passing through the desolate, mile-long Echo Pass tunnel. The train emerged from the tunnel intact, its coupling perfectly functional, yet the entire carriage and its occupants were simply gone, leaving behind only an unsettling silence and an enduring enigma. What impossible force spirited away the Crimson Sleeper from the heart of a moving train, and did its prominent industrialist passenger and his entourage succumb to an unknown fate or an unprecedented act of subterfuge? The Crimson Sleeper was no ordinary carriage. A custom-built marvel of early Soviet luxury, it was typically reserved for high-ranking officials or wealthy foreign dignitaries. On this particular journey, it carried Nikolai Volkov, a powerful industrialist whose critical views on the nascent Soviet regime were well known, along with his personal secretary, his bodyguard, and a significant collection of sensitive documents. The train, aptly named the Imperial Express by those who remembered its pre-revolution splendor, was an emblem of Soviet ambition, traversing some of the most remote and challenging terrain on Earth. You might imagine the monotonous rhythm of the train wheels on the tracks, the hiss of steam, and the deep rumble as the Imperial Express entered the Echo Pass tunnel at precisely 2:17 a.m. Engineer Dmitry Volkov, no relation to Nikolai, focused on the dark maw ahead, felt a slight, uncharacteristic jolt, but dismissed it as a minor track imperfection or a shift in the load. The tunnel, carved through solid granite, was notorious for its deep, resonant echoes and its utter isolation. There were no ventilation shafts, no side passages, no hidden exits. When the train emerged into the crisp Siberian dawn 6 minutes later, at 2:23 a.m., the conductor, Fyodor Rostov, began his routine pre-dawn check of the carriages. His breath hitched. Where the Crimson Sleeper should have been, there was only empty track. The coupling mechanism on the carriage directly ahead was perfectly intact, ready to receive another car, but the luxurious Pullman was simply gone. It was as if it had been cleanly severed from the train, leaving no frayed edges, no broken parts, no sign of a struggle or malfunction. An immediate, frantic halt was called. The train was backed slowly through the tunnel, its powerful headlights piercing the darkness. But the Echo Pass tunnel was empty. Not a shard of glass, not a splinter of wood, no scorch marks, no debris of any kind. The tunnel walls remained smooth, unbroken. The passengers in the carriage directly in front of the vanished sleeper car swore they felt no impact, heard no explosion, nothing beyond the familiar sounds of the train. The Soviet authorities, typically quick to blame counter-revolutionaries or foreign spies, found themselves utterly baffled. The prevailing theory of espionage or political abduction was initially floated, given Volkov's status. But how could a heavy train car, weighing many tons, be removed from a sealed tunnel without leaving a trace? It defied known physics and engineering. No secret exits or hidden side tunnels were ever discovered, despite exhaustive geological surveys. Another, more unsettling, idea considered a catastrophic yet silent structural failure or an unknown phenomenon. Perhaps an instantaneous disintegration, but such an event would surely leave behind a massive amount of debris, vaporized or otherwise. The complete and utter absence of any physical evidence ruled out any conventional accident. Whispers began to circulate among the railway workers, tales of a dimensional rift, a momentary tear in the fabric of reality, a localized anomaly within the Echo Pass itself. The tunnel's reputation for strange acoustics lent itself to such supernatural folklore. Could the very space-time continuum have momentarily warped, swallowing the carriage into another dimension? Such a notion, though fantastical, seemed almost as plausible as any other in the face of the impossible facts. The Soviet government, embarrassed and bewildered, quickly clamped down on any information regarding the incident. It was officially declared a tragic railway accident, with no further details ever released. The mystery of the Crimson Sleeper became a hushed legend among railway workers, a chilling tale recounted only in whispers in remote depots and dimly lit bars. The Echo Pass tunnel acquired a sinister reputation, a place where time and space seemed to bend, a silent tomb for a vanished carriage. What truly became of Nikolai Volkov, his entourage, and their luxurious carriage, swallowed by the silent rock of the Echo Pass? Was it a feat of unimaginable engineering, a deliberate removal beyond human comprehension, or did the very fabric of reality momentarily unravel in the heart of Siberia? The tracks still run through the tunnel, but the questions linger, echoing in the emptiness where a train car once was, a perpetual enigma in the vast, cold silence of the Siberian night. In the frozen heart of the Canadian Arctic, a vast, white wilderness stretched unending beneath a sky often ablaze with the aurora. Here, on a remote, nameless ice shelf, stood Polaris Station 7, a cutting-edge scientific outpost established in 1957 to study atmospheric phenomena and the Earth's magnetic field. Meticulously constructed to withstand the harshest polar conditions, it housed a small, dedicated team of international scientists. But on the frigid morning of February 14, 1959, a routine resupply flight found not the sturdy prefabricated buildings and bustling activity, but only a perfectly smooth, undisturbed expanse of ice where the entire station, its equipment, and its six-person crew had simply vanished without a trace. What impossible force consumed Polaris Station 7, leaving behind no distress signal, no wreckage, and no logical explanation for its complete and utter disappearance? Polaris Station 7 was a marvel of mid-century engineering, a self-contained habitat designed for prolonged isolation. Its main module, a large cylindrical structure, was anchored deep into the permafrost, equipped with advanced communications arrays, research laboratories, and living quarters. The crew, led by the seasoned glaciologist Dr. Elias Vance, included specialists in geophysics, meteorology, and communications, all committed to their high-stakes research at the very edge of human habitation. Their weekly radio check-ins with military command in Resolute Bay were typically brief and uneventful, a mundane rhythm against the backdrop of the extraordinary. You might imagine the blinding white landscape, the biting wind, and the relentless silence that surrounded Polaris Station 7. The last transmission, received on February 13th, was a standard weather report and confirmation of supplies needed for the upcoming resupply. Dr. Vance's voice was calm, professional, with no hint of distress or anomaly. The following day, when the small Canadian Armed Forces transport plane, the Arctic Tern, descended through the clear, cold air for its weekly drop, the pilots, Captain Davies and First Officer Chun, peered through the snow-goggled cockpit, searching for the familiar cluster of buildings. Their instruments confirmed they were directly over the station's coordinates. But beneath them, there was nothing. Just an unbroken, pristine expanse of ice and snow, reflecting the stark blue sky. Not a single structure, not a flicker of light, not even the anchor chains that were supposed to hold the station in place. Their initial thought was a navigation error, but repeated passes confirmed their precise location. Then they descended lower, hovering just feet above where the station should have been. The ice was perfectly smooth, utterly undisturbed. It was as if the station had never existed, or had been cleanly lifted from the ground without disturbing the surface around it. There were no marks of heavy machinery, no skid marks, no debris field, nothing to indicate a violent collapse or a gradual sinking. An immediate and extensive search was launched, involving military aircraft, icebreakers, and specialized ground teams from both Canada and the United States. Given the international nature of the crew, they scoured hundreds of square miles of the surrounding Arctic, looking for any sign of wreckage, any oil slick, any piece of equipment that might have floated away. Divers explored the frigid waters beneath the ice shelf, but found nothing beneath the station's former location, just the dark, immense depths of the Arctic Ocean. The lack of any physical evidence baffled investigators. The station was designed to be incredibly robust. A storm, even an extreme one, would have left wreckage. An ice fissure would have left a broken ice shelf. A fire would have left charring and melted snow. But the site was perfectly clean. Several theories emerged, each more perplexing than the last. One considered a top-secret covert operation by a rival nation, perhaps the Soviet Union, to abduct the scientists and the station's cutting-edge equipment. But the logistical challenges of moving an entire research station, silently and without trace, from such a remote location, defying all radar and surveillance, seemed impossible even for the most advanced covert forces. It would have required a secret technology far beyond what was known or even imagined in 1959. Another theory, whispered with more caution, involved a catastrophic failure of a highly experimental piece of equipment. Polaris Station 7 was rumored to be testing advanced energy or magnetic field generators. Could one of these devices have malfunctioned, creating a localized event that somehow vaporized the entire station, leaving no trace? But even in such a scenario, some lingering radiation or heat signature, some evidence of immense energy release would be expected. There was none. The most unsettling hypothesis, born from the sheer impossibility of the situation, leaned into the realm of the unknown. Was it a highly localized, natural anomaly, perhaps a temporal or dimensional shift, a momentary tear in the fabric of space-time that simply swallowed the station whole? The sheer cleanness of the disappearance, the unblemished ice, lent itself to such fantastical notions. The very air around the former site felt different, colder, more silent to some who visited it. The disappearance of Polaris Station 7 remains one of the Arctic's most profound and chilling enigmas. The families of the missing crew were left in perpetual limbo, with no bodies, no wreckage, and no answers. The event was officially classified as an unexplained incident, the files eventually buried under layers of bureaucracy. What truly transpired on that Valentine's Day in 1959? And did the 6 scientists simply vanish into the vast, indifferent silence of the Arctic, or into something far more profound and mysterious? The ice holds its secrets tightly, and the questions continue to echo across the endless white expanse where Polaris Station 7 once stood. In the vast, silent expanse of the North Pacific, far from any known shipping lanes, the 3-masted whaling bark, the Obsidian Queen, was known for its hardy crew and relentless pursuit of leviathans. But on a calm, misty morning in September 1891, Captain Elias Vance of the merchant vessel the Sea Serpent spotted a peculiar sight. The Obsidian Queen, sails unfurled, drifting aimlessly, her rigging untended, yet seemingly undamaged. Upon boarding, Captain Vance's crew found the ship utterly deserted, its holds full of whale oil, its galley pots simmering with a fresh meal, and the captain's log meticulously updated just hours before. Not a single soul remained, yet there was no sign of distress, no struggle, and all lifeboats were still in their davits. What impossible force swept away the Obsidian Queen's entire crew from the heart of their functional vessel? And did they walk into an unseen peril, or were they spirited away by the ocean itself? The Obsidian Queen was a vessel built for endurance. Her timbers seasoned, her crew experienced whalers, many of them having spent years chasing blubber across treacherous seas. Captain Bartholomew Bart Davies was a disciplined master, known for his strict adherence to routine and his meticulous log-keeping. They had been at sea for 10 months, their last reported position placing them near the Aleutian Islands, a month prior. You might imagine the eerie calm as the sea serpent drew alongside the abandoned bark. The sails of the Obsidian Queen gently flapped in the light breeze, the only sound the creak of her rigging. Captain Vance, wary but intrigued, sent a boarding party. What they discovered sent a chill down their spines. The ship was in perfect order. In the galley, a pot of stew was still warm over a dying ember, plates laid out for a meal never eaten. In the captain's cabin, his spectacles lay beside a recently updated logbook, the ink still fresh, detailing fair weather and routine whaling operations just 4 hours before the sea serpent's discovery. Chronometers were wound and ticking, and the navigation charts were spread open, a course plotted. Personal effects, pipes, books, clothing were neatly stored in the crew's bunks. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood, no disarray. It was as if the entire crew had simply stepped off the ship, calmly and simultaneously. Most baffling of all 3 of the Obsidian Queen's lifeboats remained secured in their davits, undamaged and ready for deployment. This contradicted any theory of an emergency abandonment, a fire, or a sudden capsizing storm. A ship's crew in dire straits would invariably launch a lifeboat, but not here. The extensive search launched by Captain Vance, and later by naval vessels dispatched from Honolulu, yielded absolutely nothing. Not a single piece of debris, not a body, no distress signals ever heard. The ocean, typically quick to reveal the aftermath of tragedy, remained silent. Several theories were proposed, each failing to fully account for the chilling facts. One suggestion was a rogue wave, a colossal wall of water that could have swept the entire crew overboard without damaging the ship. However, this seemed highly improbable, especially with the ship remaining perfectly trimmed and undamaged, and no evidence of water inundation below deck. Moreover, even a rogue wave would usually leave some trace, a broken mast or a dislodged spar. Another, darker theory involved mutiny or piracy, but there was no sign of violence, no forced entry into the captain's cabin or the ship's strongbox, which remained locked and undisturbed. Mutinies typically involve a struggle, and pirates usually leave a trail of theft and destruction. The Obsidian Queen was found fully stocked, its cargo intact. Some whispered of a highly localized, peculiar atmospheric phenomenon, a silent, invisible force that somehow snatched every living soul from the decks, leaving the ship untouched. Perhaps a strange gas, a sudden vacuum, or an unknown electrical discharge. But such a phenomenon, if it existed, was entirely unprecedented and unrecorded. Then there was the most unsettling thought. An encounter with a massive, intelligent sea creature, one capable of not merely attacking the ship, but somehow removing its entire crew without leaving a mark on the vessel itself. This, of course, ventured into the realm of the mythical, yet the complete absence of any conventional explanation kept the idea lingering. The Obsidian Queen was eventually towed to port, examined, and later repurposed, but her eerie tale became a maritime legend, a chilling addition to the growing list of ghost ships. What compelled Captain Davies and his entire crew to disappear so completely and without a trace from a perfectly sound vessel in the vast, indifferent ocean? Did they walk into a silent, unseen oblivion, or were they taken by a force that defied all human understanding? The waves continue to roll, and the North Pacific holds its secrets tightly, forever guarding the mystery of the Obsidian Queen's vanished souls. In the heart of Belle Epoque Paris, The Grand Lyceum Opera House stood as a beacon of artistic grandeur, its gilded halls and velvet seats witnessing countless triumphs of music and drama. But on a frigid New Year's Eve, December 31st, 1912, as the world anticipated the dawn of a new year, the Lyceum became the stage for an impossible vanishing act. During a climactic scene of Verdi's Aida, amidst a planned, dramatic blackout, the entire 60-member Paris Opera Chorus simply vanished from the stage. When the lights returned, the stage was utterly empty, leaving behind only discarded sheet music, a chilling silence, and a bewildered audience. What force spirited away 60 voices and bodies from a heavily guarded stage in front of thousands of witnesses? And did they fall victim to a grand, tragic illusion, or something far more inexplicable? The Paris Opera Chorus was renowned, their voices a celebrated fixture of the Lyceum's famed productions. On that fateful night, they were performing the grandest opera in their repertoire, Aida, a spectacle of ancient Egypt, with an elaborate set design and intricate stage movements. The New Year's Eve performance was a sold-out affair, attended by Parisian society's elite, eagerly anticipating the night's culminating grandeur. You might imagine the electricity in the air, the collective hush of the audience as the opera reached its dramatic crescendo. The scene called for a powerful choral ensemble, followed by a total stage blackout, designed to facilitate a rapid, unseen set change. The 60 members of the chorus, in their full Egyptian regalia, were positioned across the wide stage, their voices swelling in a magnificent harmony. At precisely 11:47 p.m., as the final notes of the choral section faded, the gaslights dimmed, plunging the stage into absolute darkness. The audience leaned forward, anticipating the next tableau. The blackout was brief, lasting no more than 15 seconds. When the stage lights flared back to life, the elaborate set was indeed transformed, but the chorus was gone. The initial reaction was confusion, a collective murmur rippling through the audience. Was this part of the act? A new, daring piece of stagecraft? But the orchestra faltered. The lead singers on stage looked around with dawning horror, and the stage manager, usually a figure of calm control, rushed onto the empty stage shouting. Panic quickly set in. An immediate search of the opera house began. Every dressing room, every corridor, every hidden nook and cranny of the vast building was scoured. The stage itself was a fortress during performances. All exits from the stage were locked from the inside to prevent unauthorized access, and key personnel were stationed at each. Yet, there was no sign of forced entry, no broken locks, no discarded costumes in a frantic escape. The chorus members' personal belongings remained untouched in their dressing rooms. It was as if they had simply dematerialized mid-song. The police investigation, led by a baffled Inspector Duval, found no logical explanation. The sheer number of missing individuals, 60 people, made a conventional kidnapping or mass murder scenario almost impossible, especially without a sound, a struggle, or any physical trace. No one in the audience reported seeing anything unusual during the blackout. No fleeting shadows, no whispers, no sounds of movement. Several theories emerged from the bewildered city. One suggested a mass illusion, perhaps orchestrated by a rival theater or a particularly vengeful magician. But the idea of 60 professional performers collaborating on such a suicidal stunt, or being unknowingly subjected to it, was absurd. Others whispered of a shared hallucination among the audience, but the consistent reports from ushers, stagehands, and the orchestra members themselves quickly dispelled this. A more chilling theory proposed a secret passage, a hidden catacomb beneath the opera house, somehow activated during the blackout, leading the entire chorus to an unknown fate. But generations of architects and engineers had mapped the Lyceum, and no such large-scale, concealed exit was ever found, despite exhaustive searches. The foundations were solid, the sub-basement floors undisturbed. The most fantastical ideas spoke of a temporal anomaly, a momentary rip in the fabric of time or space, perhaps triggered by the unique combination of the intense energy of the performance, the large number of people, and the turn of the year. Could the chorus have stepped out of 1912 Paris and into another era, another dimension? The Grand Lyceum Opera House never truly recovered its former glory. The stage, where so much beauty had once flourished, now carried the heavy weight of an impossible absence. The mystery of the ghost chorus became a haunting Parisian legend, recounted in hushed tones in cafes and salons. Did the voices of the Paris Opera Chorus simply ascend into the ethereal, or did an unknown force pluck them from their stage, leaving only questions and the enduring silence of their ultimate, inexplicable performance? The Lyceum's gilded walls still guard their secrets, and the questions of that New Year's Eve remain forever unanswered. In the crushing, lightless depths of the Pacific, where the Earth's crust folds into its deepest abysses, a marvel of human ingenuity, the bathyscaphe, the Hadal Explorer, was on its pioneering mission. Launched in the summer of 1973, this state-of-the-art submersible, designed to withstand pressures unimaginable, carried a three-person crew: the brilliant oceanographer Dr. Evelyn Reed, the seasoned pilot Captain Miles O'Connor, and the meticulous systems engineer Dr. Kenji Tanaka, into a newly discovered sub-trench of the Mariana, the Challenger's Chasm. During a live video transmission, deep in the chasm, the feed abruptly pixelated and died. When the surface vessel attempted retrieval, they found the primary umbilical cable, designed to be unbreakable, perfectly severed, its end a smooth, surgical cut. The submersible and its crew were simply gone, leaving no debris, no distress signal, and no logical explanation for their complete and utter disappearance from the deepest point on Earth. The Hadal Explorer was the culmination of decades of deep-sea engineering. Its spherical titanium pressure hull was rated for depths beyond any previously explored, its lights designed to pierce the eternal midnight of the abyss, and its robotic arms capable of delicate sample collection. The primary umbilical cable, a composite of steel, fiber optics, and power lines, was its lifeline, connecting it to the surface vessel, the Pioneer, which monitored its every move and provided essential power. Dr. Reed's mission was audacious: to explore potential chemosynthetic ecosystems and geological formations never before seen by human eyes. You might imagine the hushed tension in the Pioneer's control room, the flickering monitors displaying grainy video from 7 miles below, the steady ping of the sonar tracking the Hadal Explorer's slow descent. Dr. Reed's voice, relayed through the cable, was filled with scientific wonder, describing bizarre, luminescent creatures and impossibly ancient rock formations. The last clear transmission, received just moments before the incident, reported unusual seismic activity in the chasm, a low, resonant rumble that seemed to emanate from the very bedrock. At precisely 14:17 Universal Time Coordinated, during a visual sweep of a previously uncharted cavern, the video feed from the Hadal Explorer flickered violently, displaying a chaotic burst of static, then froze on a single, corrupted frame of what appeared to be an impossibly large, indistinct shape before going completely black. Simultaneously, the tension on the umbilical cable plummeted to zero. Chief Engineer David Miller, on the Pioneer, immediately initiated emergency retrieval protocols. They began winching the cable, expecting to feel the immense weight of the Hadal Explorer as it was brought back to the surface. But the cable came up with an unnerving ease. When the end of the umbilical broke the surface, the crew stared in disbelief. It wasn't frayed or snapped by stress. It was cut with an impossible precision, a clean, smooth cross-section, as if by a laser or an impossibly sharp blade. There was no deformation, no signs of crushing, no metal fatigue. An immediate, extensive search operation was launched, involving naval vessels, sonar mapping, and experimental deep-sea drones. They swept every square mile of the Challenger's chasm, but the abyss yielded nothing. No wreckage, no telltale oil slick, no broken pieces of titanium, no debris of any kind. The vast, silent floor remained undisturbed. The emergency transponders on the Hadal Explorer, designed to activate on loss of power or hull breach, remained stubbornly silent. The lack of debris baffled oceanographers and naval investigators alike. A catastrophic implosion, given the immense pressure, would have shattered the submersible into countless fragments, easily detectable by sonar. A geological event, such as a sudden trench collapse, would have left massive evidence of seismic disturbance and displaced sediment. Several theories emerged, each falling short of fully explaining the impossible facts. One suggested a highly localized, immense geological event, perhaps a sudden, superheated hydrothermal vent erupting with enough force to cut the cable and vaporize the sub. But no such extreme venting was ever recorded, and the absence of any post-event thermal or chemical signatures in the water defied this. Another, more speculative idea involved a previously unknown colossal deep-sea creature. Could something immense and intelligent, with an incredibly sharp appendage, have approached the submersible, severed its lifeline, and then, inexplicably, swallowed it whole without leaving a single trace? The corrupted final video frame was haunting, yet too indistinct to offer any clarity. The most unsettling hypothesis, spoken only in hushed tones, ventured into the realm of the truly inexplicable. Given the precise cut of the cable and the complete absence of any physical remnants, could something beyond human comprehension, a naturally occurring anomaly, an unknown energy field, or even an intelligent, non-human entity existing at those depths, have taken the Hadal Explorer? The clean, surgical nature of the cut implied an intention, a precision, that seemed almost deliberate. The disappearance of the Hadal Explorer and its crew remains one of the most profound and chilling mysteries of deep-sea exploration. The Mariana Trench, already a place of awe and fear, gained a new, unsettling layer of enigma. What secrets did the Challenger's chasm truly hold, and did Dr. Reed, Captain O'Connor, and Dr. Tanaka vanish into an unprecedented geological event, or into the silent, watchful maw of something far more profound and unknown, forever swallowed by the deepest point on Earth? The abyss guards its secrets, and the questions of the Hadal Explorer's ultimate fate continue to echo in the crushing silence of the ocean's floor. In the chilling embrace of the Atlantic, miles off the coast of Maine, stood Black Iron Penitentiary, a fortress of granite and steel, renowned as the most inescapable prison in America. Its walls had never been breached, its cells never outsmarted. But on the frigid pre-dawn hours of December 12, 1968, its legendary impregnability was shattered by an impossible event. Elias Thorne, a notorious murderer, serving a life sentence in a high-security isolation cell, simply vanished. A routine cell check at 3 a.m. confirmed his presence, a grim silhouette in his bunk. 10 minutes later, a second check revealed an empty cell, its reinforced steel door still triple-locked, its narrow barred window undisturbed, and its thick concrete walls unblemished. What impossible force spirited Elias Thorne from the most secure cell on Earth? And did he achieve the ultimate, unseen escape, or was he taken by an unknown power from within the very heart of his confinement? Black Iron Penitentiary was a monument to punitive architecture, designed with every known safeguard against escape. Thorne's cell, B-17, was a particularly secure unit, reserved for the most dangerous inmates. Its walls were reinforced concrete, its door a foot of solid steel, its single window a mere slit covered by multiple layers of steel bars, set high up and overlooking only the churning ocean. Guards patrolled the corridor every 10 minutes, and Thorne himself was under constant, albeit indirect, observation through a peephole. He was a man of quiet, unsettling demeanor, known for his methodical nature and lack of any apparent connections outside the prison walls. You might imagine the biting cold of the winter night, the rhythmic clang of the guards' boots on the polished concrete floor, and the faint, distant moan of the ocean. Officer Miller, a veteran guard, performed his 3 a.m. check on B-17. He saw Thorne lying in his bunk, seemingly asleep, a dark lump beneath his thin blanket. Satisfied, Miller continued his rounds. At 3:10 a.m., returning to B-17, Miller paused. He felt a prickle of unease. Something was off. He peered through the peephole again. The bunk was empty, his heart hammered. He tried the door handle. It was firmly locked. He yelled Thorne's name. Silence. Frantically, he called for backup. The immediate response was a full prison lockdown. Warden Thompson himself arrived, his face grim. The cell door was opened, revealing an undisturbed space. Thorne's uniform was neatly folded on the bunk, as if he had simply stepped out of it and walked away. There were no tools, no makeshift ropes, no signs of a struggle, no hidden tunnels or removed bricks. The concrete floor, walls, and ceiling were solid, uncompromised. The barred window was untouched. It was as if Elias Thorne had simply ceased to exist within the confines of his own cell. The ensuing investigation, led by state police and later the FBI, was exhaustive and fruitless. Every inmate was interrogated, every guard questioned, every inch of the prison meticulously searched for a hidden passage or an accomplice. Divers explored the frigid waters surrounding the island, looking for a body or any sign of a waterborne escape. Nothing. The prison's security systems, including newly installed infrared sensors in the corridors, registered no unusual activity. The most obvious theory, a miraculous escape, defied all logic. How could a man, unaided, penetrate such formidable barriers without leaving the slightest trace? The idea of an inside job was equally baffling. No guard or staff member could have orchestrated such a flawless removal of a human being from a high-security cell without leaving any forensic evidence, let alone a physical means of exit. And why would they? No ransom demand was ever made, no contact from Thorne or anyone else after his disappearance. Another, more unsettling idea proposed a unique, perhaps unprecedented, form of spontaneous dematerialization. Could Thorne have simply vanished, perhaps due to a rare, unknown physiological or psychological event? This veered into the realm of science fiction, yet the sheer impossibility of the situation lent it a strange, desperate plausibility. Some whispered of a localized temporal anomaly, a momentary warp in the fabric of reality that consumed Thorne and only Thorne, leaving his cell precisely as it was. The mystery of Elias Thorne's disappearance haunted Black Iron Penitentiary for decades. Its reputation as an inescapable fortress was permanently tarnished, not by a daring breakout, but by a bewildering absence. The empty cell B-17 became a chilling monument to an unexplainable event. Did Elias Thorne somehow achieve the impossible escape, fading into the night like a ghost? Or was he claimed by a force far beyond the comprehension of mortal men, a silent, unseen power that plucked him from the very heart of his impenetrable confinement? The grim walls of Black Iron Penitentiary continue to stand, but the questions of that December night echo in its silent corridors, forever unanswered. In the ancient, labyrinthine depths beneath Vatican City, shrouded in centuries of secrecy, lay the Vatican's secret archives, a repository of mankind's most profound and guarded knowledge. Among its countless sacred and secular documents, none was more enigmatic than the Codex Lux Aeterna, a single, unbound volume said to contain an apocryphal account of the universe's true origins, and knowledge so profound it was deemed too dangerous for the common man. On the crisp evening of June 6, 1986, as the bells of St. Peter's Square chimed for Vespers, the Codex Lux Aeterna, housed in a climate-controlled, hermetically sealed vault guarded by multiple layers of papal security, simply vanished from its pedestal. It left behind no sign of forced entry, no disturbed dust, and no logical explanation. What impossible force erased this singular text from the most secure archive on Earth? And did it truly vanish by its own mysterious will, or was it taken by an unseen hand with a motive beyond human comprehension? The Codex Lux Aeterna was not just a book. It was a legend, written on vellum made from an unknown animal hide. Its pages glowed with a faint, internal luminescence. Its script, a blend of Latin and an unknown symbolic language, was indecipherable even to the Vatican's most brilliant linguists. Rumors claimed it predicted future events with unsettling accuracy, or held the key to unlocking the secrets of time and space. For centuries, it had been secured in the deepest vault of the archives, its existence a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few cardinals and scholars. You might imagine the hushed reverence within the vault, the sterile air, the constant hum of the environmental controls. Access to the codex required the simultaneous presence of 3 cardinals, each possessing a unique key and biometric code. Cardinal Alessio Bianchi, the chief archivist, had personally overseen the routine evening inspection at 6 p.m., confirming the codex was precisely where it should be, its gentle glow a familiar comfort in the dimly lit chamber. At 6:30 p.m., the security systems, which included pressure plates, laser grids, and thermal sensors, all monitored by an external team of Swiss guards, registered a momentary, inexplicable power fluctuation, a tiny blip, dismissed as a minor grid issue. At 7 p.m., during the next automated sweep, the internal cameras recorded an empty pedestal. Cardinal Bianchi was immediately alerted. The vault was re-entered, its multiple locks and seals found perfectly intact. The pedestal was bare. No dust was disturbed, no fibers left behind. The climate controls showed no deviation, meaning no sudden change in temperature or humidity that might indicate a rapid material disintegration. It was as if the codex, with its ethereal glow, had simply diffused into the air, leaving nothing behind but its lingering absence. The ensuing investigation, conducted in utmost secrecy by the Vatican's internal security and later assisted by Interpol, found itself in an unprecedented dilemma. There was no evidence of a conventional theft. No alarms were triggered, no security footage showed intruders, and no physical breach was detected. The Vatican's reputation for impregnability was not just shaken, it was conceptually shattered. What truly sent shivers through the highest echelons of the Church, however, was a discovery made days later. Across the globe, in private collections, academic institutions, and even digital databases, every known scholarly reference, every attempted translation, every photograph, and every meticulous diagram of the Codex Lux Aeterna, not just the physical book, but the very information about its content, also began to mysteriously corrupt, pixelate, or disappear entirely. Libraries reported blank pages where the codex had been cited. Databases showed corrupted files. Scholars' notes, even those in private, handwritten journals, developed inexplicable gaps or illegible smudges where they referred to the ancient text. It was as if the codex was not merely removed, but erased from existence, taking all knowledge of its content with it. The prevailing theory of a master thief, however audacious, failed to account for the global informational erasure. No human agency, however skilled, could simultaneously wipe all traces of a text from disparate locations worldwide without leaving a massive digital or physical footprint. Another, more profound, idea suggested the codex possessed a form of consciousness or self-awareness. Perhaps its vanishing was an act of self-preservation, initiated by the text itself, withdrawing from the world as a form of divine intervention or a response to some unknown cosmic trigger. This hinted at the terrifying possibility that knowledge itself could choose to exist or not exist. The most unsettling hypothesis, whispered only in the darkest corners of theological debate, posited that the Codex Lux Aeterna was never meant to be in human hands. Its disappearance and the subsequent erasure of its information was not a theft, but a correction. Perhaps an angelic or even demonic force had retrieved it, believing humanity was not yet, or no longer, worthy of its profound truths. The vanishing of the Codex Lux Aeterna remains the Vatican's deepest, most guarded secret. The empty pedestal in the vault is a chilling reminder of an impossible event. Did the sacred text truly erase itself from the annals of time, or was it taken by a power so immense that it could rewrite history, leaving only the memory of its impossible absence in the heart of the world's most secure archives? The very nature of knowledge and its fragility continues to be questioned in the silent, empty space where the Codex once glowed.